missed you guys. Like, seriously.
All three of us have been back.
And I've worked a long time in radio, and I don't miss every show.
Yeah.
I missed you two guys.
Well, thank you, man.
And Joe as well.
Yeah.
Joe and I had much more of a conversation at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning.
You had to cut ads.
I had to cut ads. I was part of doing my stuff for Underdog, and so I'd reach out to Joe. And the thing about what Joe doesn't know is I was going to bed at like 8 o'clock. So I was up at like 3:30 in the morning and like, should I text him now?
Yeah, right.
Yes. It's like I'm on the cycle, man.
You might as well wake up. Yeah, we missed you too, man. It was a long week without you. So, tell us about your trip.
I just, went to Florida, did the whole spring break thing, and then, obviously, we had a bigger situation go on with, obviously Rhino having a big birthday.
Oh, yeah. We'll get to that, too.
Like, in my mind, I kept thinking to myself, because, I was part of the correspondence. It was, well, I'll get back in time to do this. No. No.
Yeah.
5.5 hour trip basically turned into 8 hours on the road.
Crazy traffic.
Oh, my God. Like, every single county in all of Atlanta was on spring break at the same time. Met a lot of good people, but man, we all went back at the same time.
Yeah,
and it was not cool.
Down,
it was brutal.
Back. Oh, brutal. Yeah.
We had the same thing Wednesday when we came back too.
Yeah,
we were just
let me guess.
Man, this is ridiculous.
You got caught in McDonough.
That's where I got caught.
I got caught everywhere. Okay, it was like 2:30. Well, like everyone who ever takes a trip down to 30A, I go a little bit of a different route than y'all do, but. Apparently, all of y'all decided to come back at the same time.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
It does happen like that.
Like Phoenix City. Why am I here for an hour?
Yeah. Well, you got 10 million people trying to make it back to Metro Atlanta. But we're glad that you are back. And you're right, man. It was a big Saturday when we all snuck over to Rootstock in Woodstock.
Pretty cool.
And we got to meet Rhino's mom and dad and a bunch of friends, a guy I grew up with, you've been buds with for since you're like 10 or something?
7th grade. So about 13, about the same age as my son is. Okay. A little young. Well, actually 12. Yeah, no, 12 years old. Yeah, so I've known Josh since I was 12 years old. And he was the first one that... We were outside, and Erin, my beautiful girlfriend, did such a wonderful job along with everyone else.
And your mom was on the email chain with me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't even imagine. You poor guys had to deal with all that.
No, it was straight to the point, man. It was like, hey.
It was like, are you in or you out? Yeah. Here's the schedule. And I'm trying to make it back from Florida. Sorry.
And see, I didn't know about that part. I had no idea. I just knew you're in Florida.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so this has gone on for weeks, okay? And I didn't know how much of a surprise it was. I didn't know exactly what the whole plan was. So we've been on this email chain for the better part of a month.
Yeah.
And
I heard.
And so
I was like, how did you guys do this?
And so we're trying to keep it quiet, and I'm not really sure, I want to tell you, hey, we're going to be coming back from Florida. So I don't want to say anything to you.
Sure. Yeah, you can't.
But that's the deal. When I start getting the emails of you be here at this time, and not a minute later. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
okay.
It was 3:50. Dead stop was 4.
4 o'clock, yes.
Right.
You better not be here after 4 o'clock.
That's right. And
that was the weird part. I had no idea. And I'm like, I kept thinking, why? I don't like to eat this early. What's going but you know what? Whatever. Maybe, we'll just have some, fun later in the evening. But when my best friend Josh showed up, we were outside and we had 6 huge I always forget what they call it in dirt, but we had a
potting soil.
Yeah, well, topsoil for the garden.
Yeah,
so we had a big truck come in Saturday morning and dump the most amount of dirt. And I looked at it and I go, that's way too much dirt. So we spent the morning, and I had a wheelbarrow and I had a shovel, and I'm shoveling and moving it around, and we're building the garden. And then I see a car pull in the driveway. And I'm like, oh, my God, we're getting served. Whose car is this? Why are they here? Uh-oh. And so I kind of got nervous. And then I'm like, wait, that car kind of looks familiar. And then Josh got out of the car. He's like, is this, and threw out the address. And I was like, oh, my God. And even at that point, I'm like, all right, there's my surprise. Josh came in from Charlotte. He lives in Charlotte. He's going to spend the day with us and maybe the evening. I didn't even know he was going to spend the evening. And then I was like, this is great. We'll come with us to dinner. Yeah. I'm telling him all this. And we're working. And then we hung out and, caught up throughout the day. And then we got to be, at Rootstock at 4 o'clock. So I'm like, oh, okay, she must have made a reservation. And then I had a thought okay, maybe she invited Adam. who's worked on the show before. And
Oh,
is,
yeah,
like one of
Adam
my
Andy.
best friends, Adam Andy. So I'm like, maybe she invited him too. And I called him to like kind of feel it out earlier.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, I wish we could get down there today to hang out. Like, we got a lot going on. I'm like, no worries. It's cool. And then I show up to the restaurant. And I'm like, man, I hope we could sit outside. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And then the lady at the front desk, she kind of ruined it. And then when we're walking up the stairs, she's like, oh, you guys are here for the birthday party. And that was it. I was like, birthday party.
But they kept it secret up until that point. Like,
Yeah.
literally, as you're walking up the stairs is when he goes, oh, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm stuck in traffic. Okay, at the time, like we just got out late, and so I send Rhino the happy birthday text message.
Yeah.
I don't get anything till the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because he was about 6 bottles deep.
And that was the funny part. He's like, had a lot to drink. I was like, dude, do it big.
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
did.
by all means,
They
do it
did.
big. At no point was I ever upset. I was like, way to go.
It was cool, man. It was a lot of fun, and that location, like I said, I'd wanted to go there a million times just because you pass it so much going through downtown Woodstock. I was like, man, that's the coolest place. Got the coolest deck. Just
really
looking
does.
over looking over kind of Main Street, and you can see the amphitheater there in downtown Woodstock, and I've been to shows there a bunch of times, and just the railroad tracks, just a quaint area. And then when I realized that's where we're going, I was like, oh, let's go.
Yeah.
All right, this is fine. We can finally get in
So
there.
I want to go from your end, Tug.
Yeah.
So you had made it a point that it was going to be you and your wife, because again, I'm on the chain. All right, I'm on. I set my stuff early. I was like, hey, we're going to be coming back. Here's the thing. But I saw you and your wife committed to this. Which one of y'all drove back home?
No, I did.
Okay, I was just curious.
Well, the thing is, we know we got to drive 40 minutes,
Right,
so I was like, we got to play it cool. We just,
They behaved themselves.
yeah, we're really well behaved, and
Because I already told my wife, I was like, hey, listen, I might Uber from the house over here. I mean, that was our early week plan.
yeah, sure.
And then that plan didn't work
Yeah,
out. But
right.
still, I mean, that's kind of like the
Yeah.
idea from us living in the same area.
No, we behaved. We had to, and but it was a really fun time, and just a really cool setup. And Aaron and your mama did
And all
a great
those
job.
embarrassing pictures they put up of me.
it was great.
Oh,
No,
they did?
Oh, yeah, nice. It was almost like the trifolds that you did your projects
your book
on.
reports
and
It did
stuff,
book
yeah.
reports, yes, it had that, but it was just all pictures. And the one in the dead center was a really, really great
That was a
one
good one,
of
yeah.
Rhino
Rhino with
and
an
his son.
afro.
Yes, well, no, that was actually to the left.
Yes,
down
that was
lower,
left.
And the one in the center was Rhino and Liam when Liam was, I don't know, what, 3 maybe? or
Yeah,
something?
probably about 3 or 4.
That's cool.
Great. I mean, it was
That's a
just
great
like one of
picture.
those you're like, I know why they put that one in
Love
the middle.
that.
Yeah, I walked up there and, at first, because I never expected my parents to be there. And I saw everybody, and I see Tug and Laura, and it was like that moment of like almost crying, because I've never had a surprise party ever in my life. Nobody's ever thrown one. I've always kind of wanted one, but then again, I don't want one because I don't like being the center of that. And then I see Tug and Laura, and I just start smiling, and I see like my friends and guys I played tournament softball with here in Atlanta that I hadn't seen in a while. They were there, and they're the ones who brought the bottle of whiskey that ended up disappearing Saturday night, the rest of the night. And I woke up the next morning, that entire bottle was empty. And I was like, who drank all this? And they're like, you're the only one who had the bottle in your hand. And I was
But
like,
it was you.
yeah.
It was you,
So
wow,
yesterday was fun too. We went. My parents were like, "Hey, they're still here. They slept over last night, and they stayed up with us last night, and then they're gonna leave today." But we went out yesterday with Aaron's mother and my parents. We went to Hibachi, and we had a good
Nice.
time there. And they're like, "Do you want something to drink?" I'm like, "Ginger ale."
Yeah, seriously.
No more.
Water
No more.
and ginger ale. I can't even look at beer, nothing. I was like, but I had
that's
such a
funny.
wonderful time, and I thank you and Laura for coming,
yeah.
and of course
Absolutely.
Carlos. I know you wanted to be there, and I knew I was like, Carlos would have been here. He's still in Florida, and I didn't know you guys were
yeah.
traveling back, but I knew you guys were going to be there, so thank you all. I mean, it was
good
such a
times.
wonderful time.
Good times for everybody.
Especially after Friday night, Braves
Yeah.
game.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
it was
Oh,
a
man.
weekend.
What a weekend. What a sweep.
Yeah,
What a
dude.
nice weekend against Arizona.
2 comeback wins, and then yesterday, getting the sweep. It's huge, man. And this team is. I wish they would, just like get ahead early instead of making everything late game heroics. But it sure makes it fun.
Friday, Saturday, especially Saturday, when you're down 6-0 in the first inning, and to see them grind it out where it's 8-2. And then by the time you get to 8-5, you're like, well, they got a shot.
Yeah.
And then the craziness of that 9th inning. So much fun just to watch this team and their offense. I know Spencer Strider is probably going to miss some time.
Yeah,
and
it's
he
tough.
might be out for the whole year when it comes to the UCL injury. but the offense is so elite.
Yeah, it
that
is.
they're always going to keep doing this thing. I mean, it's like I pointed out on Twitter the other day because people were losing their minds and let's sign Trevor Bauer. Let's sign. It's like they lost 2 starters. They had to make up 60 starts last summer, and yet they still won 100 in some games.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Are you opposed to Trevor Bauer? Because I actually saw your tweet about that. And I agree with you. I don't know that he fits the Braves, just the organization as a whole.
I'll flat out say it this way. So I have a brother-in-law who spent time in AA with him, and flat out said he's the weirdest dude on the team. And the sexual proclivities aside, because that's what he got accused of.
Well, but that's the thing. You can't put that aside because that's who he is.
It's a MLB investigation. Everyone around the league looks at him and says, no.
Yeah, there's a reason.
And remember, the Dodgers signed him. He was getting $30 million a year. And as soon as he got suspended, the Dodgers went, good.
Yeah.
Put him aside. We don't want him here.
Yeah, man, it's interesting. Because there's that little bit of me that goes, man, he's good. That little bit. But then there's that other part of me that's just like, you know what? Morals and principles are okay, too.
Yeah, I always agree with morals and principles. And sometimes I think, okay, well, the Braves are a different organization. They can turn a player into, and humble them a little bit, especially with the cast they have built here in Atlanta. I think you come to this team and you're not that guy anymore. You're a part of all those guys who are all superstars. I mean, we got the best third baseman in the league. We have the best right fielder in the league. I mean, the players that we have on this team, you'd think, okay, they can all kind of humble each other. But yeah, there's sometimes you just don't want it. And we went through it with Marcell Ozuna. We didn't know all the details about what he went through. Boy, I'm glad that he's here. Man, he's been crushing it too.
But I'll tell you, and this is where people get this confused. When we talk about Marcell Ozuna, understand that guy is loved in the clubhouse.
Yeah, he is.
Like the other dudes love him. As much you might be like, oh, there's a DUI and there's this domestic violence thing. And obviously that played out where what they said happened didn't happen.
That's right. Completely opposite.
Yeah.
But he is loved. Trevor Bauer ain't been loved in the clubhouse
but that's right.
ever.
Yeah.
And think about this. How many people have made mistakes in their life? Many of them. But look at the difference in the way Marcell Ozuna handled himself, even through all that, knowing that he was being accused of something he did not do.
Yeah.
He didn't get out in front of the media. He didn't shout. He just went about his business and did exactly what he was asked to do. And when he got back to the field, he acted the exact same way.
Remember, we had the whole mix it up.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that was a Marcell thing.
I know it was.
And that went away at the time because people were like, man, he's in trouble.
Bring it back.
We can't do this. We got to find our own thing.
Yeah.
Still in the clubhouse, still loved. Trevor Bauer, if you just want to look up one little thing about him, look up the video of him throwing the ball over the center field wall.
Yeah.
Tell me a pitcher who has been pulled out of a game who decides to throw the ball over the center field wall.
Yeah, no, he's
a weird dude, man.
He's a weird dude. Yeah, that's what I said. There's that part of me that goes, man, it'd be great because he's so good, and he is. But then there's the main part of me that's just like, nah, no, thank you, man. I don't want any part of that.
It's gonna be Smith Jobber and everybody else.
Yeah. And like
remember,
you said,
Bryce Elder, you've got an all-star in the minor leagues right now.
Absolutely, man. Just waiting to come up and chomping at the bit for another opportunity, for another chance.
I think everybody wants to play for this team. So they're going to come up here and they're going to work harder. They're going to work hard when they're not up here with this team to get to this team, because you have an opportunity now probably for the next few years to be very competitive and maybe even win a few World Series. You're definitely going to look at the, hopefully, being NL champions again. And I think this team, you want to be a part of this team. You'll do whatever you can to play hard. It does worry me, though. I mean, Max Fried looked really bad. Obviously Spencer Strider had a rough outing as well. And these are the guys that you're going to depend on. But there's so many. I mean, Chris Sale looked amazing, and he always does. So I'm excited. I think they still have a really good opportunity. Bring someone up and let them prove themselves.
I made this a very simple point. Because, again, there's a long string on Twitter of guys going back and forth. And I let it go for about 48 hours. I finally jumped back in. And I just said, who won the World Series last year and how many have they won?
Yep.
It's the Rangers. And they've been around since the mid-'60s. And that's the first one.
Yeah.
That's how hard it is.
It is.
Yeah. It's like you just want to get into the tournament and you see what happens. Just give me the opportunity to handle 162.
The
the stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines, presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, April 8th, a special day. If you're planning to travel this week from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport and consider taking MARTA into the airport, think again. The MARTA station servicing the airport will be closed for renovations over the next 6 weeks, starting today and continuing until May 19th. Officials suggest using the nearest station at College Park, from which you will transfer onto a bus for the remainder of the trip. MARTA recommends allowing an extra 30 minutes for travel to the airport if you choose this route. This afternoon, the Great North American Eclipse will occur as the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. While it will be a total eclipse as it travels from Texas to Maine, Georgians will only experience a partial eclipse with 85% coverage of the sun. The partial eclipse will begin around 1:45 and conclude around 4:20. And in sports news, the Atlanta Braves complete the sweep of the reigning National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Sale allowed 2 runs on 4 hits and 5 1/3 innings, while Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and Michael Harris hit home runs to power the Braves to a 5-2 victory over the D-backs yesterday. The Braves welcome in the New York Mets to Truist Park tonight. Charlie Morton will take the mound on the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's historic 715th home run. First pitch scheduled for 7:20.
Doug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back, not that I expect there will be a debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, but if there is, Donald Trump has one slight request. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
I made a mistake of asking my girlfriend what her birthday was.
Yeah, and what'd she say?
She said March 1st.
Yeah.
So I walked around the room and then asked her again.
And so you wanted to go march around the room first, I guess is what you're probably. I'm going to get that bookish with a list of things and burn it.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
I got to tell you, there is all kinds of ways that you can start a business. I mean, there's so many ways that can happen. You can use your own money. You can get some investors. But what happens when you get the company up and running and you need more capital? When you need more money? You go to the bank, right? Well, lately, the banks have been saying no to so many people. That's where First Liberty Building and Loan comes in. FirstLibertyGA.com is their website, FirstLibertyGA.com. Go check them out and let the Frost family guide you through what can be an excruciating process. Getting a loan. The banks will, they'll talk to you. And then you go back and try to, get everything done, and you're probably talking to a different person because somebody that you were talking to not there anymore. It's not the way it is at First Liberty Building and Loan. Frost family, been doing this since the 90s. They want to know you because they know business. And if you've got a good business plan, they can help you. From $250,000 all the way up to millions and millions of dollars. Like an erosion company. An old contractor here in Georgia needed $3.2 million for growth. No other bank wouldn't loan because they showed some losses. They were able to make a bridge loan, purchased land and extra space for them. And as they became profitable, they were able to refi the loan with an SBA with a low fixed rate and a longer term. The company is now enjoying that growth that they expected. Can you be the next success story? Find out at FirstLibertyGA.com. It's FirstLibertyGA.com.
When you think of the great outdoors, do you ever think about your own backyard? Hi, this is Candace from Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. We turn backyards into great outdoor living areas. Imagine your home with a new, beautiful, and durable composite deck. Maybe with a relaxing screen porch, or maybe your family would enjoy a stone patio with a pergola to stargaze, or a covered open air porch with a stunning tongue and groove ceiling. Add an outdoor fireplace, kitchen, or bar area for even more function and beauty. We can design and install your greatest outdoor adventure. And with Exovations, you'll get your project delivered on time, on budget, and without all that stress you usually hear about in construction. Let's make your outdoors great again. Schedule your free quote today at exovations.com. That's EXOVATIONS.com.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the RBM of Atlanta Certified Pre-Owned Sales Event. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning until it meets the uncompromising standards of RBM of Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.99% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details and see how to qualify. We'd love to welcome you to the RBM of Atlanta family. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through April 1st, 2024. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call 770-390-0700 for details.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Marietta PD's Chuck McPhillamy. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at ATLbail.com.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Extra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it for crying out loud now on Apple or Android.
You can call me Al, or you can call me Tug. You can call me whatever you want to call me, I reckon. I've answered to a lot worse than either one. I've answered to some really, really nasty names.
Me too.
Meathead, dumbass. You know, just...
Dumbass is a good one.
That is. Dumbass is one of the funniest things you can say, I think. Dork is what I think. Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Have y'all seen... Dork's one that needs... We talked about this last week. I think it was last week. Dork needs to come back.
Yeah.
Dork is such a good word.
I love dork.
It's such an 80s word, but a good one.
Great.
And the 80s are back. 90s are back. Might as well use it too. Sebastian Maniscalco, am I saying his name right? He's a comedian. He was at a restaurant, and he got charged a COVID fee. Not only is inflation tearing you apart, not only is higher prices tearing you apart. If you're in California, minimum wages are tearing you apart. Now they're adding COVID fees. I've been told about this. I don't think I've seen it happen yet, a COVID fee, but he is tired of it.
Went to a restaurant last night, and I got the bill, and they charged me a COVID fee. And I asked the guy, I go, what's the COVID fee? He goes, yeah, well, we got to wipe down the menus. Wipe down the menus. You're charging $3 to wipe down your own menus. Before COVID, what? You just brought out the menu with spaghetti sauce on it? Eliminate the COVID fee. And they charged me 3.5% credit card fee because I was using the credit card. It's a bad look. Absorb the fee. It's called the cost of doing business. It ain't right.
I love this guy. I really don't even know who he is. I just read about him, and I know he's a comedian. But he's so right about it. I'm so tired of it. Even if you bake it in, you know what I mean? Even if you bake it in, it makes more sense than just saying we're going to charge you a COVID fee and we're going to, charge you a, whatever, $3. My dentist started doing this. I'm about to change dentists. But my dentist started charging a, 3% credit card fee. I was like, good Lord, y'all are nickel and diming me to death.
I never charged a credit card fee. It was built into the price of the food. And yes, credit card companies rip off restaurants.
Totally do.
They rip off any kind of retailer to the point where you're like, oh my goodness, this is ridiculous.
Can't stand them.
What I did instead was offered a cash discount.
Yeah, right. Which a lot of restaurants do, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because... cash is king.
That's right. And
sometimes,
till the federal government
you didn't do any work whatsoever that entire day. You didn't sell one pizza. No, there's no cash here. Fonnie Willis knows that game. You can't prove cash. It's hard to say. That's all I'm saying about that. I'm going to, I believe their statute of limitations is over for me, but yeah, it's easier to, grab cash. And that was, hey, I don't want to pay these fees. I'd rather use cash. I'll give you a discount to use cash. But yeah, a lot of places already, it is a bad look. Build it into your price. You already have the idea from all of Americans that the prices are too high. It's obviously a problem with inflation. It's obviously a problem with the supply chain. You're going to be able to bring that 3% in, or don't take credit cards and force people to have cash. But the COVID fee is an absolute ridiculous thing.
God.
My waiters and waitresses are to wipe down the menus every single time that they are rolling silverware, wipe down their menus, and doing their job.
That was just an out, though. That was just an out.
Of course, it's a way to make more money.
That was just an excuse. That's exactly right. About Sebastian, my cousin Brittany, who lives here in town, and thankfully she listens to the show.
She's not the one who ran away.
No, she's not. No, that was a different cousin.
Yeah,
but she's well aware of this cousin that ran away.
Of course she is. Brittany is the sweetest.
Yeah, that's right.
Her and her husband, Mike.
Yes.
Got to meet both of them. They're amazing people.
Yeah, so sweet. She's telling me that he's in a movie called About My Father with Robert De Niro, that guy.
Oh.
She said it's really good. I've not seen it, so I don't know. Y'all know I don't watch a whole lot of movies, but it came out in 2023, about an hour and a half long. I can't tell if it's a
Not a big De Niro
movie.
fan anymore.
Yeah, because he's crazy. Because he's crazy.
He's crazy train.
Yeah, he is off the rails on the crazy train. You're exactly right. But anyway, I find that fascinating, and I really do mean it. I'm looking for a different dentist, and
that's the only way they're going to change, though. Like you have to, right? You have to do that.
Yeah, you got to.
You have to tell them, look, I'm not coming back here. This is stupid.
Yeah, and I will, because at some point they'll call and be like, "Why have you not been to the dentist in a year?" Well, it's because I'm going to a different dentist because y'all.
My teeth fell out.
Yeah, that's exactly
I don't know what to tell you.
That's right.
Don't need you no more.
That's right. Y'all go home.
I don't want to lose my teeth. That's the one thing I don't want to lose.
No, that'd be awful. Be the worst.
I'll be coming in here like Peter Moylan. Just fake white teeth.
Yeah. Or Mark Owens.
Whom we
love.
Oh, yeah.
Mark used to be the in-stadium host.
Be like, wow, those are the brightest chompers I've ever seen. I'm like, I'm not walking around here with one tooth.
That's right. Zach Brown, another guy that, it just, when he got those, what's that called when you get the teeth done?
Veneers.
Veneers, thank you. And they just,
they glow in the dark.
They do, dude. And they look insane. They look
Freddie Freeman's
crazy.
got them, too.
Yes, he does.
Oh, those are bad.
I don't like any of those, Rhino.
Do you think when you're in a black light, they, shine funny?
Yes,
I bet they do.
Yes, they probably...
He just glows in a club.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We've talked about it a bunch of times.
He looks like the ghost from Pac-Man.
That's right. Just glowing. We talked about how many drugs they probably have Joe Biden on, to get him going during the day. And Los is always good about looking up the presidential schedule, like where could he possibly slip up when they've got him out too far. The other day, he did a presser, and he had his CPAP mask lines on his face, and it was like noon. It was like a press conference he was supposed to have. He got there like an hour late. and he still had his CPAP lines going, So they had, he probably slept in, I don't know, and then they, put him on some sort of concoction, some sort of drug cocktail to keep him functioning.
Adderall.
Yeah, Adderall, something.
For sure.
The reason,
cocaine.
Well, look, that's what Donald Trump thinks. Mm-hmm. Listen to this when he talks about Donald Trump talking about being in a debate with Joe Biden.
You said you'll debate him anywhere, anytime. Do you think he'll agree to any debates?
Anywhere, anytime.
Do you think he'll agree?
I don't think so, but I hope he does. I think what happened is, that white stuff that they happened to find, which happened to be cocaine in the White House, I don't know. I think something's going on there. Because I watched his State of the Union, and he was all jacked up at the beginning. By the end, he was fading fast. There's something going on there. I want to debate, and I think debates with him, at least, should be drug tested. I want to
Mr. President, are you suggesting President Biden's using cocaine?
I don't know what he's using, but that was not. Hey, he was higher than a kite. And by the way, it was the worst. It was the worst address I've ever seen. State of the Nation. I'll tell you, State of the Union. That's not State of the Union because he doesn't represent us properly. That I can tell you. But he's obviously he's being helped some way because most of the time he looks like he's falling asleep, and all of a sudden he walked up there and did a poor job. But he was all jacked up.
That's the truth, man. That's the truth. Like, I don't think he's on any. I think he's probably.
I think he is. I'm with Trump. He's snorting lines.
It was actually his cocaine.
Yeah.
In the White House, not Hunter Biden's. See,
him and Jill just partying in the bathroom.
No, I don't believe it because it would kill him. It would kill him. Wouldn't it kill him?
No.
You don't think so?
He's got doctors to keep him alive. Just did a little bump here and there with son Hunter and Jill.
I guess
getting ready for a big party.
Call me uneducated then because it seems like it would kill him. But I know he's on Adderall or whatever the old concoction, the cocktail of things that he's on. But I did find it funny. He was like, "This is white stuff." They found that in the White House.
Come on,
put
two and two together. Yeah, sometimes you just got to look at things and go, "Wait a minute." They don't want to tell you whose cocaine this is. Well, there's a reason for that. It's either Hunter's or Joe's. And who are you going to
Hunter. It's definitely Hunter. It's definitely Hunter, dude.
Listen, there's one thing I know about addicts more than anything else. They'll do anything to protect their drugs, and they don't lose them unless they're mentally just out of it. So the only person I know that's mentally completely out of it is Joe Biden. Maybe Hunter brought them there to give to Dad. Like, hey, take a few of these bumps, buddy. You'll be good to go.
See, there's just not any of me that can believe that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just can't wrap my head around that being the case. And Hunter left his laptop.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Top secret, all of his secrets, all of his business workings. He just left it at a computer shop and never went back for it.
Yeah, well,
national security issues that implicated him.
Yeah, you're right.
So and he's just left that.
It's kind of stupid.
Yeah, he's kind of.
Yeah, either one of them could have left that. Man.
Absolutely.
I love that. We got Joe in the background with a credit card.
Oh,
you're not watching him. He's dipping his pinky in Joe.
Oh my god.
Snorting off a key.
He's probably built up a tolerance.
Oh, y'all are crazy.
Over the years.
No, it's Hunter.
He's got that key for the nukes.
I can't even.
He's just snorting lines off the key.
Does he wear a necklace? You think he's got the little spoon?
Come on now. Come on now. Y'all are crazy.
Joe.
Y'all are crazy. The other thing that's happening in Trump's life is that his requests to drop the charges in Fulton County have been denied. Not that I ever expected that they would get dropped. You got a judge, first of all, that isn't brave enough to take the woman who's sleeping with her coworker, who ran on the idea of not sleeping with their coworkers. He didn't have the courage to remove her from the district or being able to prosecute this case because there's clear impropriety. And that's all that was asked for if there is evidence of impropriety and just the appearance of impropriety. And he didn't have the courage to take her off the case. He's definitely not going to remove the charges, drop the charges. Not a chance.
No, not unless there was something that to really just go, hey, okay, yeah, we're going to remove the charges. Here's the problem, though. He can't even make that ruling yet. And I understand what they were going for because political speech is protected in a certain point, but it's also not protected in instances when it's used in a criminal way. But here's the weird part. There's no criminal way, right? I mean, even AOC told us, RICO, that's not a crime.
Yeah,
Define what the crime is.
Right.
That's where the problem lies right now. Now, what I think Steve Sadow said, which was smart, was, well, once they prove or try to link it to a crime, then maybe they can file a motion again and say, hey, now that you've tried to link this to a crime, no, it's protected based on the fact that it's not a crime to sit here and say, hey, find the votes that were there earlier tonight and aren't there anymore.
That are no longer available. It's insane. It's flimsy. And even if I don't believe that the Judge McAfee, in my opinion, has the courage to do the right thing because he's concerned about his political career. That's it.
Yep.
At the end of the day, that is the problem. So it doesn't matter right, wrong, indifferent. He's going to make the decision that will reflect best upon him and help him keep his job. That's it. It's self-protection.
This is election year. This is the time for a lot of these people, including Fonnie Willis, to protect their jobs. Her job has been protected for a little bit longer. I really hope that Christian Y. Smith does a great job running.
I know Christian well.
He's a really good guy.
He's a great guy.
We had the opportunity to talk to him on the show. We had the opportunity to interview him, man, and we went back and forth. We had diplomacy. We talked. We didn't agree on everything, but it was a good conversation. I think that man has a good shot at getting rid of the corruption in Fulton County. Fulton County's a mess. Don't care how you look at it. This Judge Scott McAfee, is not going to be doing this. You're not going to hear about him very much longer. I think he'll still be a judge somewhere else. I think he'll still be able to get through. I don't think he can win an election at this point. I think that there's a good opportunity for him to lose that spot. He doesn't seem trustworthy at all to me. The evidence...
and all you were looking for is impropriety, the appearance of impropriety, and it is a spotlight presence of impropriety, and he still didn't do the right thing.
Did not do the right thing. I mean, if you're going to give an option, get rid of one or the other, then you don't give that option.
That's exactly
Obviously,
right.
there's something wrong, so get rid of the person who's in charge.
That's exactly right.
That made the problems.
Morning Xtra, Xtra 1063. Joe Biden celebrates many faiths in America, including whichever one you subscribe to. Next on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 1063.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Xtra 1063. Hey, it's a camera. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Why do politicians, both parties, love Social Security? The Democrats, because they can always tell voters Republicans are going to take their Social Security away, and Republicans so that they can say, no, we're not. We're going to save Social Security. There you go. Too bad the federal government won't let you invest the way you want to for your own retirement.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Xtra 1063 or listen anytime on the Xtra 1063 app.
So you're sniffling, you're sneezing, you're coughing, you're trying to figure out what's going on. I can tell you what's going on. It's really simple. Pollen is everywhere. I mean, everywhere. It's on your car. It's on the side of the street. We took my dog for a walk last night, and there's just like bales of pollen. You know, like the things that actually fall out of the trees that the pollen shakes from, like they're bales of it. You could bale it up and sell it. It's so big. I mean, they're everywhere. It's mounds of it everywhere. So if it's everywhere, guess where else it is? Inside your home. It's inside your home. So along with all the things that central heating and air conditioning can do for you, maintenance agreement to make sure your HVAC system runs smoothly, no matter the temperature. Or if you're in that position where it's getting to the end of its life and you need a great deal like saving $1,700, then you could get a new carrier system from Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. But they also do something that's really important, especially this time of year in Georgia. That is clean air products. They can do clean air purifiers, air cleaners, dehumidifiers. They can do it all and make the house health and your family's health improve. So any of those things are such a value because, of course, you want your house to be comfortable, but then you want to breathe or be able to breathe the air that's inside your house. Let Central Heating and Air Conditioning provide that. Help your family's health and your house health at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and quite frankly, we were concerned.
About what?
Apparently, you were arrested for throwing a shopping cart at a customer?
In my defense, he had it coming.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hey fans, Xander from Atlanta Painting Company here, and with spring on the horizon, the home team won't be the only ones painting corners in Atlanta. This spring, save 10% off all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, to protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we are the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
The world's gone insane, and I've been warning you for some time about our $34 trillion debt bomb. It's staggering, and it's not just a number, it's a warning sign. So why should you care? Well, to shed light on this, I spoke with Kevin DeMerit of Lear Capital.
Well, Glenn, you're right. It's not just a number. Every day I ask investors this question. If you started planning for retirement 20 years ago, how much more do you need now? 2 times more? 4 times more? Our government is literally drowning us in debt, causing the purchasing power of your dollars to evaporate, and the money printing that's causing it is accelerating. We're now borrowing $1 trillion a year just to pay interest. So here's the question. Are you prepared to wake up one day to find the value of your savings has been slashed in half? If not, there's an answer.
The answer is gold. Kevin has shown us how the gold price is highly correlated to debt, and he's right. The gold I purchased from 20 years ago has quadrupled in price.
Here's the reality. The government isn't going to stop printing money, but you can help protect your wealth.
I urge you, get Lear's free financial report on rising debt and rising gold. Call 800-957-GOLD. You'll get the report. They can help you get started like they did with me 20 years ago. It's Lear. They'll also credit your account immediately with $250 to help you get started. So call 800-957-GOLD now. 800-957-GOLD. 800-957-GOLD.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
It's Eclipse Day, everybody. And locally, the eclipse happens at 3:04. Now, it starts about 1:45 this afternoon. You'll have a little time to get situated and get your glasses all set and, you know, your location, I guess, where you, maybe the front porch or at the office or wherever you plan to watch it. And that'll happen a little bit later. Like I said, 3:04 starts at 1:45. We get about, here in Georgia, about 80 to 85% view of the eclipse locally. Are y'all super excited about this? Or
no.
I'm not really
This
either.
cloud cover, like I guess if it was clear, maybe I'd be a little bit more excited.
Yeah, I think so. Lowe's,
kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
You know,
Yeah.
like the last time we had one.
Yeah, it was like 5 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, we were out on the patio over at Sports and Social.
Yeah.
And got to experience a little bit of that. Hey, why is it getting dark out here? And that was it. You know, that's all.
I remember it in either kindergarten or first grade. It had to be like first grade, I think, in Miss Debbie's class. You know, and I don't know why I remember all this, but I remember it the same way. In the middle of the day, it was like middle of the day, and it got dark outside.
Got a little shady.
Yeah, got a little shady, and I remember us having our, we made glasses, or they gave us glasses. I don't remember how it all came down.
You used to make those things like periscopes, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And then, I remember that's the first time I ever remember an eclipse. I was at Antioch Elementary School.
I don't want to say that it's not that I'm ignoring it. I'm not going to make it a priority, but when it happens, I kind of want to be around for it.
Yeah, I get that. But with the cloud cover, I mean, are you going to be able to see it? Like,
I'm going to try.
You're going to be able to see any of it.
I mean, I'm looking up at 145. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see the difference, but 85%, like, I don't know what to expect. I remember, the 5 years ago, because I was at my restaurant at the time, and I went out back to kind of take a break and see what was going on. I thought it was cool. Like, the shadows all had, like, a little bit of the moon, and it kept going away until it got dark. So I'm interested to see how, like, the shadows work, and hopefully maybe we'll get a little break. I would love to. I don't know. It's just one of those natural phenomenons that you just kind of have to be around for.
Yeah, no doubt. 404-741-1230. Rocco, you said you're going to go watch it somewhere. You got plans? You're going to have a big party? What are y'all doing?
Sir, we are in a car on the other side of Nashville. We're heading to Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Rush Limbaugh's hometown.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's going to be 100% totality for about 5 minutes.
Nice. They have a great golf course out there. I've been to Cape Girardeau. It's beautiful, Rocco.
Hang on. You are driving to Missouri to watch this?
Yes, sir. Yes,
well,
sir.
Damn. I feel like
Because listen up, fellas. The next one will be 40 years from now. I missed the last one, the totality, because I could have went to North Carolina. When I saw what they saw, I said, I got to see this next time. Because what 80, 90, 99% is not like 100%. It is absolutely stunning.
Okay.
I mean,
all right. Rocco's.
Oh, good for Rocco. Taking advantage of this thing. This is very similar. I remember this is elementary school when Halley's Comet passed.
Yeah.
And they're like, it's coming back in about 83 years. And you recognize, I probably won't be here for that.
Yeah. No, I love it.
Even as an elementary school kid, in my mind, I'm like, probably will not be around for this one.
No, you're exactly right. But I mean, I've heard of tornado chasers and storm chasers, now eclipse chasers.
Well,
Rocco is an eclipse chaser. He's setting the precedent.
I love it. I think a lot of people are doing that. And, if you could get that, because it is going from Texas all the way up through Maine, so there is that path that you can probably get to. Not, obviously, that's a long drive, but Cape Girardeau is a beautiful area. I love it out there. But, I don't know if I'd chase it. It's cool when they have those big parties. Maybe one day.
Yeah, man. Look, I love it. We should have asked that.
I'm lazy,
Does
though.
he have... Like, is he meeting other people, or is that like a rendezvous destination?
This is a community sort of thing that's going on.
Well, see, like
they got T-shirts and stuff. He'll come back with it.
They're like the groups at Disney where they all have the same shirt on. That way they don't get lost.
So I was listening to Buck and Clay on Friday, just kind of sitting, killing some time in Florida, and one of their producers talked about how he was taking the day off and how he was going to go and watch this. Again, if you're into astronomy or anything along these lines of natural occurrences, this is rare.
Yeah,
and the fact that you're getting an opportunity for it to pass over your country, there's a lot of people that are making it a plan to be somewhere for this.
Okay. I wonder if Rocco stopped at. He loves Boosie's, and he gets those Rhino tacos in the morning. I bet he stopped there.
You gotta go get that Boosie's.
Yeah,
just drive safe, man. Yeah,
everybody loves Boosie's.
By the way, your Halley's Comet's in 37 years, so everybody hang in there.
We got 37 years. I'm gonna be up there, buddy.
37
I'll be tired. I'll be so tired.
I'm so tired.
I won't be able to watch.
Hopefully, you'll just be sitting in a cabin somewhere, quiet.
That's right. And they'll tell me it flew by, and I'll be like, "Well, how about that?
How about that?"
Comes by every 75 to 79 years.
That's right.
Give me some of that brown liquor, son.
That's right. Give Papa a pull on this. Yeah.
A little nip.
Yeah, just a nip. Morning Extra, Extra 106.3. Went to church yesterday. My faith is important to me. Joe Biden, he is a man of many faiths, including whichever one you subscribe to, whichever one you follow.
I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community. I had a very close relationship with the Greek American community, for real. I am Joe Bidenopoulos. I grew up in a heavily Irish Catholic community in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and a heavily Italian Polish community. When I say I got raised in the black church, he knows I'm not kidding. The Persian culture is amazing. As a student of the Persian culture, I probably went to shul.
I mean, this thing goes on for another minute. I mean, we don't got to listen to it all, but it kind of gives you the flavor of any time he needs to adapt, he just says, that's what I am.
Every single politician, with the exception of probably Kamala Harris, who's just hilariously unable to connect with people.
Yeah, well, on any level.
I mean, that's what he's doing. He's just trying to tell you, I'm part of this. Take it for what it's worth. I'm just like you. I'm just like you. And then he starts whatever he's going to start into. It's what I talk about when it comes to the vice president. The vice president, their entire job is to basically make it a point to sell what's going on within the administration and then to connect with people. Joe is like a pro at it.
Yeah.
Joe just basically claims no matter what that he's connected with whoever he met with. I mean, that's why he's the former vice president. It's what he got used to doing.
He said, I'm Irish Catholic. He said, I was raised in the black church. He's like, I'm a student of the Persian faith or of Persian culture. I'm just like, well, hang on.
I feel kind of insulted. I didn't hear enough Judaism talk.
Well, I bet it's because we didn't get to it. I'm sure there was another minute of him. So yeah,
he's had to put a yarmulke on one time.
He did claim to be Bidenberg.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah, that comes later.
Is that Bernie Sanders bar mitzvah?
That's right. Absolutely. That just goes to show you though how full of crap politicians are. And look, there's probably plenty of Republicans that have done the same thing, but they're not in the spotlight because they're not the president. At this point. But it's just foolish. It sounds foolish.
Well, first and foremost, can you create a connection to other people? Mm-hmm. That's first and foremost.
But if you're doing that, if I can play that in a minute and a half and show you that he's lying to you, that he's not connecting to you at all, that should give you some hesitation.
People are dumb.
Well, no, that's true.
I mean, there's a part of the reason why whenever we claim certain things that we claim, we're doing it for fun. Like when I claim I'm a transsexual black lesbian, just to establish myself with the trans community.
Right.
Okay, somebody out there went, he's a transsexual black lesbian.
Somebody bought it.
He's my favorite one.
I mean, I tout your experience all the time.
You do, right? That's exactly right. You're 100% right about that. All right, when we come back on Extra 106.3, Florida is no longer a swing state. Georgia is the next to not be a swing state. Let's keep our fingers crossed for that one. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Best way to listen, like Rocco, headed to Missouri, listening on the Extra 106.3 app. You can listen wherever you are on the app. It's so convenient, and you can listen live or on demand. Rocco, safe travels, and we will be right back on the Morning Extra.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The Democrats are the modern-day Nazis. They are censors, and they don't want you to know things. They're a one-party system. They will do anything, including how about, 98 felony counts that would get Donald Trump 800 years in prison if convicted and all these things to get rid of their opponent.
Well, I don't think they're Nazis. I think they're Marxists.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Spring is the perfect time to bring a group out to a game at Truist Park to enjoy great weather and Braves baseball. Come experience the brand new private Jim Beam Bourbon decks located on the lower level down the left field line. The Jim Beam Bourbon decks have a great view of the field while incorporating a private setting and bar access for your group to easily socialize while you cheer on the Braves. Visit Braves.com/hospitality to snag this amazing new space for your crew this season.
Ozzy's punished another one. Make it 2-0 Braves.
And come experience another brand new space in right field, the Blue Moon Beer Garden, offering the largest variety of Molson Coors beer options and unique food pairings. And there's a special ticket offer for any weekday game during the regular season. Tickets are only $30 and include a grandstand reserved game ticket and $10 added value to use toward food or beverage. A limited number of tickets are available for this special offer, so lock in your seats now at Braves.com/Blue Moon. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
My name is Pamela Conley. I've worked for Bruce Hagen for 22 years. It's been the best years of my life, and not everyone can say that about their jobs. I'm the intake specialist for new clients, so I am the voice you hear when you call our office and the first face you see when you come by. I love sharing my years of experience with people and alongside Bruce, helping them through what is so often a really hard time. My name is Pamela Conley, and I work for Bruce Hagen. Let him work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Is the tax deadline causing you anxiety? Searching for elusive 1099s and trying to uncover any exemptions? If so, you're not alone. Every year, Georgians find themselves looking backwards to file with the IRS, reporting tax history. But what if you were to flip the script? Not just report your taxes, but actually planning for them. We're Master Plan Retirement Consultants. We're local, with offices in Marietta. We work with folks just like you to create a personalized, tax-efficient strategy designed to last a lifetime, a crucial piece to the holistic retirement plan. Do you have a retirement roadmap? You should. It's never too late. Visit masterplanretire.com. Don't wait any longer. Visit masterplanretire.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Xtra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Xtra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their valued-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
The Kimmer Show is back every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. only on WFOM Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3 FM.
He continues to find a way around the Supreme Court. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News. President Biden will go to Wisconsin today, a battleground state, offering more student loan debt relief to more people after the court struck down his bigger plan last year.
Under this new initiative, people who now owe more than they initially borrowed could see up to $20,000 in interest wiped out. The administration believes about 25 million Americans fall under this category.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Today, former President Trump, readying a Biden 2024 rematch, will make a statement on his abortion policy. After writing on Truth Social, he believes, like most Republicans, in exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. Israel is going to withdraw troops from war-torn Gaza's Khan Yunis, announcing that 6 months to the day after Hamas's terror attack started the fight. Aviva Siegel, who was taken hostage, then released, was at a demonstration in Washington. Her husband still held captive.
183 days of hell. A half a year. We need them to get out now.
It's solar eclipse day, and millions of Americans have traveled to where it'll be a total eclipse this afternoon.
Super excited and a tiny bit nervous because it's my first time seeing it.
We saw it in Tennessee. It was so amazing. My husband and I said, the day it happened, we said, wherever it is next time, we will go see it.
She's talking about something 7 years ago. Now, they've had their special eye protection glasses in Arkansas, one of 15 states with full eclipse areas, Texas to Maine. There's a new women's college basketball champion, South Carolina, finishing off an undefeated season, beating Iowa 87-75 on ABC.
Caitlin Clark, if you're out there, you are one of the GOATs of our games, that we appreciate you.
South Carolina coach Dawn Staley praising Clark, the all-time leading college scorer, who had 30 points in her final game for Iowa. The men's NCAA title games tonight, defending champion Connecticut versus Purdue, and there's news out of Kentucky. Reports coach John Calipari will leave for Arkansas.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Tucker Carlson. You're listening to Atlanta's only conservative talk station, Xtra 106.3, worldwide on the Xtra app.
Happy total solar eclipse day. And wait, I was looking, and I can, I think of 1,000 songs like Total Eclipse of the Heart, Bonnie Tyler, that you can point to. But there's not, are there movies about solar eclipses? I mean, is there anything that you could watch? Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, that kind of comes to mind. That seems like it would at least fit a little bit. And I don't know. I haven't seen that one since I was, 10 or something.
Well, have you ever seen the documentary Little Shop of Horrors?
That's about an eclipse.
Well, what do you think creates the crazy being that is then the plant that is in the Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. It was an eclipse that did that?
Yeah.
I didn't recall that. I've seen that, but I was really young.
There's a movie called Total Eclipse. It says it's a 1995 erotic historical drama.
Well, there you go.
I don't know what.
I just read that Rogue One, Star Wars, that has something to do with an eclipse. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a portion of it.
Okay, because I don't know any. Because I don't.
Which might be the best Star Wars movie ever, by the way.
Rogue One.
Yeah. Not that you've seen it, Tug.
No, I haven't. You're right. I saw the first 3, which is actually the second 3. Isn't that the way that goes?
Yeah, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. Okay, so where does Rogue One fit in there?
It's the best one.
You said that,
totally
but I'm saying,
the best one.
what
more do you need? What more do I have to show you?
I need to know the chronology of it.
Okay, so do you remember when you saw? Never mind. I asked these things like that. It's part of your brain, but you spent a lot of time at sea.
I know.
So when you watch the initial Star Wars and they talk about their spies getting the plans for the Death Star in order to destroy it,
right?
Rogue One is the side story of how they got the plans to the Death Star to destroy it.
Okay, but again, do we know where that falls in line? I don't, because
in between 4 and 5.
Okay, clearly. Okay, I didn't go see it. But that means actually 1, 2, and 3. Right?
Don't worry about 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 are terrible.
All right, here's some other ones. Hellboy, by the way, in the American superhero film, Hellboy has to open a gate to hell during a lunar eclipse.
Well, then there you go.
Underrated movie.
Yeah.
Hellboy's good.
Kind of fun.
Kind of fun.
Actor's crazy, but kind of fun.
Who's the actor?
Oh, it's what's his nuts? Who's
Ron Perlman?
Ron Perlman.
Oh, that dude just looks
he's
weird.
way out there.
Yeah, he just looks weird.
Dragon Slayer. They a climatic battle with a dragon during a solar eclipse.
Okay, all right. Fantasia. They say Fantasia.
Yeah, there you go. That's another one. Pitch
Avatar.
Black.
The Way of Water. I guess that would be the second Avatar, right?
Yes.
The Way of Water. I saw a little bit of the first one. That thing's long.
It is
that's
long. It's a 3-hour movie.
I don't got time for all that.
I don't want to see that movie.
And then Lara Croft Tomb Raider apparently has something to do with an eclipse.
Did you? I don't know why I even asked this question. I'm direct this to Rhino. Okay. Strictly to Rhino. Did you ever watch Heroes on NBC?
Yes, loved it.
20 years ago.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Oh, that's another one.
So that's an eclipse that then activates these people's
superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Yeah, of course.
You know.
I knew that.
Of course you did. Of course you saw it.
I didn't see it, but I knew what it was.
It was a fun show
for
the time.
Yeah,
exactly.
It was a fun show.
Without a doubt.
So the guy, I forget his name, Zachary Quinto, is that his name?
Yeah.
He was like the bad guy in this. Silas?
Siler.
The Siler, that's right.
Yes,
yeah.
he's the guy who...
It's pretty cool.
For everyone he kills, he acquires their power.
Well, I'll be.
And he figured that out in he wasn't a bad guy at first, but then, sometimes you get power.
If he would have killed me, he'd have been a strong runner.
Yeah. He's like the Clintons.
Exactly.
He found out he could get more power by knocking people off.
He acquires their souls.
That's right. Watch out.
Yeah.
Just get rid of this person and acquire all their power.
That's right. No wonder Hillary's still living.
Yep.
She's probably Can you imagine?
Well,
She's
that and
probably
all the Blood
800
Boys.
years old. Yeah, she's probably 800 years old and witchy or something.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I can only imagine.
When she outlives you, then you'll know.
No, there's no doubt she will.
Poor Bill.
Oh, my Lord. I don't know. I think he's.
You think?
I think he's sneaky too.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
a sneaky snake.
He's a rascal.
Yes, he is.
My new favorite thing after that girl's video.
Dude,
I've been saying it all weekend.
I played that for a couple friends this weekend and just died laughing. Lowe's, you weren't here, but we talked about this woman. Do you have the audio? You getting it? Okay. Board up Joey, Virgin River.
When I was driving with Erin, she said something. I was like, what do you think? I'm some kind of rascal?
Dude,
That's been our joke now.
My daddy said it growing up. My daddy's daddy said it. Rascal was just the greatest term. You little rascal. You know?
acting like I'm a rascal.
Why you act like I'm a rascal? This woman was getting tossed off of a spirit flight because she was disruptive. And if you listen to the whole piece of audio, she's like, "Yes, I will peacefully go." And
I
then
saw
she
the video.
melts down
She
and
goes crazy.
Yeah. And then why you treat me like I'm a rascal?
That's
so good.
If you just want to watch insanity like on display, and we don't have it on the show today, in part because I was like, we got to beep a whole lot of this stuff. Look up Maxine Waters' daughter.
Yes.
Oh my God. You want to talk about somebody who's flat out crazy when she talks about Donald Trump being elected?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Not only is she, it's a bit of a potty mouth.
Yeah.
But then there's like a demon inside of her that comes out.
Good Lord.
Like she starts speaking in a way that I'm like, that woman had a noise come out of her that I never heard before.
Good
She also makes $1.2 million a year through her mother to photocopy political ads and send them out there to the neighborhood. A really good job.
Amazing how that works. Where mom was in trouble with this a year and a half ago and then poof, disappears.
Disappeared. Nobody even talks about it anymore. It's amazing the way it works. One other thing that lady did say that was getting thrown off the flight, the dude was filming her. And she said, "Keep filming. Go ahead, Richard Gere." I'm like, Richard Gere?
Thank you.
It was so random.
That's
what
right.
a pull. Richard Gere? I wouldn't have pulled Richard Gere.
No.
Maybe Brad Pitt. Maybe Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
People that are in kind of...
Is that an insult, Richard Gere, though?
I don't know. I mean, he was a huge star at one point.
Sure.
But he just hadn't been in a long time because his stance on, Tibet and China, they've ousted him in Hollywood because of that. But it was just random. She must have watched Pretty Woman a couple days ago.
Yeah,
because it was just top of mind. Richard Gere, you just don't pull Richard Gere. I don't think. Especially in a drunken stupor like she was.
By the way, we have a suggestion from our friend. You can always follow her at KnowItAllMom.
Yeah.
Watch Rogue One and the original 3. Ignore the Ewoks.
Okay.
That's all you need.
The Ewoks.
Yeah.
Watch the original 3 with Rogue One.
But I thought the Ewoks were the third one of the original 3.
Just
ignore that part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right.
For sure.
But watch Rogue One.
Okay. I'll go back and do
By
it.
far the best of the Star Wars movies.
I still love the Ewoks, man.
We watched a movie called Serenity last night, and the cast blew me away. It was Matthew McConaughey. It was Diane Lane. It was, what's the other? She's got
Elvis.
Huge smile.
Richard Gere.
Big teeth. Gosh, what's her name?
Will Ferrell.
Jennifer Gardner.
No.
Julia Roberts.
No. Anyway, stellar cast, and the movie was awful. It was so bad.
Why did y'all bail?
No, we always see it through.
Like, pull the ripcord on these things. Like, when you know it's bad, it's bad.
Yeah, but like the build-up, the last 30 minutes was just awful. Kind of the reveal and all.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. It was so bad. And so we should have watched Rogue One. That's
Yes,
the whole
you
point
should.
of saying that. We should have watched Rogue One. So I should have.
By the way, if you are on Netflix, and I know you have it because I don't steal your Netflix, but I just know you have it.
No, I just have my brother-in-law's. I steal his.
So
I have to get a code about once a week.
They do have the Unexplained, and they do have, it's a 32-minute documentary on the haunting that is Lake Lanier.
Okay.
Which not everybody agrees with me, but it gets into all the details of why it's so haunted.
Yeah.
And the people that are like, why am I being pulled down by something in the water?
Okay. All right.
So listen, it's a documentary.
I can't argue with the documentary. I would never try.
There's some truth there.
That's right.
Okay?
Maybe
It's like, I mean, I know that you only want to watch Cocaine Cowboys, and you're like, oh, tell me about cocaine in the 80s in Miami. I'm just asking you to expand a little bit and drop in a little bit of the Unexplained and watch the one on Lake Lanier.
All right. What's it called again?
Some research.
That's right.
What's it called again?
It's the Unexplained.
The Unexplained.
And
Lake Lanier.
it's like an 8-part series on different ones, and one of them is on Lake Lanier.
Okay. All right. I'll do it.
32 minutes.
32 minutes.
Listen, you just keep mocking, but
I'm
you
not.
go
I'm
out
not.
there. Suddenly, Tug won't be able to swim.
Okay, I've been on Lake Lanier about 500 times, and I've been out there stone sober and probably in less than stone sober conditions, and I've never been drugged to the bottom. It's amazing. And, you know, I haven't.
Well, you're being good boy.
Yeah,
I reckon so.
They haven't decided to take your soul.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, that's a dirty, dirty soul. We can't take it to the bottom of Lake Lanier.
They just recognize this one isn't going to be fun to hang out with.
Yeah, right.
No.
This is boring. This fella likes Andy Griffith's show. Good Lord. Florida is done as a swing state. I think you can probably put the nail in the coffin on that one. Is Georgia next? That's what I want to know, and I hope the answer is yes, Rhino.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it is too. I think it's very important right now
we need to be.
that we all look at what we want as a state, and I think that we've seen a lot of good conservative ideas by Brian Kemp. When we're talking about Florida, Ron DeSantis ran away with it and may have changed the way that state's going to vote. They realize that conservative values are more important to their state and what has gotten their state through a lot of hard times, including the pandemic, including some natural disasters. There's been one leader there, and that's Ron DeSantis. Now, I think that obviously that state is going to be a red state. Will that translate to a lot of votes for Trump? Yeah, I think so. But there are people who love DeSantis and don't like Trump, so that might be a little bit of a contention. I think it's the same thing here in Georgia. A lot of people love Brian Kemp, and they don't like Trump. I still think we're a red state. I still think people look at the economy and the issues that matter and say these are the important things we need to start focusing on to bring this entire country back.
Well, Kemp won this state by 8 percentage points. 8% is not supposed to be a swing state. Yet, suddenly it was in 2020?
Yeah.
Odd.
So strange.
Just like the things that happen on Lake Lanier. Odd.
Well, no, that's haunted. That's
haunted. This is real.
Yeah, this is real.
Although we are haunted by 2020 and the stolen election, but besides that,
we have legit things that go on. I looked up the story in Rasmussen when it came to some of their polling. And when you look at the amount of states, when we went through 2020, there was only 41% of the people in this state that thought that there was something that was weird about this. All right, count me in with the 41. You now have more than 60% of this country that looks at the state of Georgia and said, something weird happened there.
Well, yeah, we had pipes bursting, and no one went to fix them. In the middle of the night, when they would send the counters, the poll watchers home. I had a friend who was one of them.
And by the way, if you brought it up like Rudy Giuliani, well, then they're going to fine you $100 million.
Exactly. Thank goodness I'm not Rudy, because I don't got that kind of money to be fined.
I'm just not going to disparage anybody with it. I'm just going to say you got your own pipe that bursted, and suddenly 62% of the country go, wow, things are weird in the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
The state of Florida, and here's the important part about getting out there and voting, just as Rhino's telling you, it doesn't matter what games they play. There's way too many numbers that have now switched there. It's not a swing state anymore.
No, I mean, we have 3 places in the state, big cities, that tend to be a little bit more blue than others. But I think even in those cities now, people are looking, and we're going to talk about women and the way they vote later in the show. But a lot of people are looking, going, hold on one second. This is more than just your abortion issue and your lies about abortion, your lies about creating jobs and all the. You continue to say that, but we're not seeing it in our neighborhood. We're not seeing inflation coming down. We're not seeing prices come down. We're not, we see it every single day, and I think a lot of people, even in those blue cities, they're going to sit out. I think you'll see in a lot of these swing states too. It's not just here. We're talking about Michigan. We're talking about Pennsylvania, Ohio. All of those states, people are voting differently now.
You got to make this thing too big to rig.
Yeah.
Like with voters. And those has talked about it so much, just being involved locally with school boards and county commissions, city councils, the things that matter, because those are the ones that affect you the most and directly affect you, where things in D.C. eventually affect you and in some ways affect you. The stuff that happens locally is direct effect. And you have to realize it, you have to recognize it, and then you have to work through work through churches, work through your community groups. Like, even for us, like the Young Men's Service League that my son was a part of for all of high school. I mean, that is a group of faith-based conservative folks, by and large, that you could go, you know what, let's take this into voting too. And you don't have to make it partisan necessarily, but knowing what the group is made up of, that would lend itself to conservative values.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of that, and I think that, we got to use the same things that the Democrats do. When a politician on the other side, the Democrats, they're in trouble. They need to, energize that. Where do they show up? They show up to their churches. Fonnie Willis did it. Joe Biden Kamala Harris, when they come to Atlanta, they go to Ebenezer. Obviously, Raphael Warnock used the church. We've got to do the same thing and energize, hey, these are our values. These are the attacks that they are trying to attack us. You are considered a right-wing religious nut by the left, right? I mean, and anybody who believes in Christianity or saving a child's life, they are extremists. That's what they label us as. We need to group together.
There was something that I saw when I was watching the latest episode of Tucker Carlson, because, you know, I do jump on Twitter and I'm like, oh, let's see what Tucker has. And it was interesting. He had this one person who happens to cover politics, and they do it in another country, but they had made the point how there is something that is really interesting that's happening. There is a disconnect between what the public believes and what they're being told, in that on a regular basis, you're told, like, everything's wonderful, and people are like, no, it's not. When you're told, hey, your government is just, people are like, no, it's not. And so there's an opportunity there where you now have a lot of people that are starting to wake up to the fact that you're being lied to on a regular basis, and that you need to, on a regular basis, whenever you get the narrative, go, nope.
Yeah,
not going to believe
accept
it.
I don't care.
Not going to accept
what you say. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, April 8th. If you're planning to travel this week from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport and consider taking MARTA into the airport, think again. The MARTA station servicing the airport will be closed for renovations over the next 6 weeks, starting today and continuing until May 19th. Officials suggest using the nearest station at College Park, from which you will transfer onto a bus for the remainder of the trip. MARTA recommends allowing an extra 30 minutes for travel to the airport if you choose this route. This afternoon, the Great North American Eclipse will occur as the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. While it will be a total eclipse as it travels from Texas to Maine, Georgians will only experience a partial eclipse with 85% coverage of the sun. The partial eclipse will begin around 1:45 and conclude around 4:20. In sports news, the Atlanta Braves completed a series sweep of the reigning National League champion, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Sale allowed 2 runs on 4 hits and 5 1/3 innings, while Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and Michael Harris hit homers to power the Braves to a 5-2 victory over the D-backs yesterday. The Braves will welcome the New York Mets to Truist Park tonight. Charlie Morton will take the mound on the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's historic 715th home run. First pitch scheduled for 7:20. You can catch all the action on our sister station, 680 The Fan. By the way, they got the tire discounters now.
Yeah.
3 home runs yesterday. You get such a good deal there, by the way. $125 instant discount. I was looking for tires. I heard that 680
You're like,
did a deal with tire discounters.
Let's go.
And yeah, you get a free alignment, free oil change with all of it.
Look at there.
Great partner now for them, so check that out.
Question about it. So good to hit that stuff, and so good to see the Braves playing so stinking well.
Go get yourself some tires, man.
Get you some tires.
Yeah.
You've been waiting to do it. Do it.
Yeah.
Today's the
Get
day.
some tires.
Tire discounters.
Tars. That's why my daddy said it. That's why my Uncle Bob, who worked at the Michelin store in Dalton, Georgia my whole life, he'd be, I got some used tars out there.
Well, these aren't used.
No, I know, but my Uncle Bob would sell used ones.
Get a big discount. Let's go.
Goodyear Cooper tires, man. These are the real stuff.
Look at me. Go get yourself some tires.
Get tires.
Get you tars.
I need tires. Mine got stuck on a beach.
Y'all say it wrong. It's
Big old tars.
The national championship winning South Carolina Gamecocks head coach says she welcomes men to women's basketball, which is surprising because she wouldn't have won a national championship if the other team were men. I guess. We'll talk about it next. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. After we're done, the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and then the Kimmer is back. He's off vacation too, y'all. Kimmer back in the saddle 3 to 6. It's the way to live right there. We're living good on Extra 106.3.
Lanier's on it.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Atlanta's marked for the safe house. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Spring's here, and it's time to take advantage of our beautiful Georgia weather. This is Jim Niarchos from the All Four Seasons Home Show. You spend a lot of that outdoor time on your deck, right? What? You don't have a deck or you need to replace it? Then you must join us this Saturday morning at 9 when our guests will be Outback Deck, the premier designer and builder of quality decks that are not only beautiful, but safe. They'll be sharing their tips on what you need to know before you make that important decision. Outback Deck on the All Four Seasons Home Show here on Extra 106.3.
Everybody wants to feel like they're getting a good deal. That's why EMC Security customers love their monthly rate from just $16.95. In fact, for such a low price, you'd think you'd have to sacrifice service or quality. Not with EMC Security. You get it all. Low price, A+ Better Business Bureau rated service, lightning fast response, and flexible purchasing options, including their popular no contract option. Visit emcsecurity.com or call 770-963-0305 today to learn how you can get a free security camera with new activation.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Manfred Mann and the Earth Band, is that right? The Earth Band, I think. Yeah, Blinded by the Light, another great eclipse song for sure. And if you're celebrating the solar eclipse today, if you listen to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, if you start the album 41 minutes and 53 seconds before the eclipse happens, you'll hit as the eclipse happens with the line, the sun has eclipsed. The sun is eclipsed by the moon. If I could speak this morning, it'd be helpful. The sun is eclipsed by the moon as it's happening. So it's like,
okay.
So you start the album 41 minutes 53 seconds before the eclipse happens, and you'll nail that line right as the eclipse is actually happening.
That's pretty cool.
That's good.
And if you play it backwards, it says F. Joe Biden.
I hadn't
You didn't
heard
know
that.
but yeah,
I did
it's true.
not. But that's.
I don't believe that to be true.
That's
but I want it to be.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
like
so
as
bad.
much as I'm dying for it to be true. Have y'all ever done the thing where you listen to Dark Side of the Moon and you sync it up with the Wizard of Oz?
It's been
I've heard that. Though.
That's always been talked about for decades, and
Yeah, they used to show it in theaters in Chattanooga where they would just sync it all up. It was
not a lot to do in Chattanooga.
Yeah, well, exactly. You're exactly right. You walk the river bridge.
Hey, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sync up Dark Side of the Moon again.
With
Come
the
on and watch it.
Wizard of Oz, and but the music changes.
What is it with the Lion's Roar? Is when you started?
Yeah, somehow or another
and it
like
goes
that.
and rolls from there.
But yeah, it was crazy because they used to really in Chattanooga they would play it like people just get high as a kite, I guess.
What's it supposed to do? Just like kind of
Like all
make
the
the whole
music-
movie different?
It follows along with the movie, and the
Like the
music,
changes of music.
Yeah,
Wow.
will change according to the scene.
Yeah, it's
like
it's,
perfectly sync up with it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you
really
can
rad.
just YouTube
Now I got to go
it.
do this.
You could just
that's a
YouTube
good
it. I'm
idea.
sure. Joe,
I've
you've
done it.
You
It's
have?
pretty incredible.
Yeah.
It's so many coincidences
Yeah.
that it doesn't make sense.
I love that. So yeah, so we need to watch that. That's a good idea because I never even considered YouTubing it, which is nuts. That seems like the thing you do immediately these days because if it's true, it's going to be there for the most part.
That's some
going to be there.
satanic stuff. I don't know what you
That's
guys
real
are.
devil worship.
Now,
Yeah.
Roger Waters has made it a point of, because I remember seeing this when they did a clip of Rogan, like totally accidental.
Totally accidental.
But it just perfectly fits.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's one of those things where you can't
Realize how
believe
high you have to be
to
test
recognize that.
out, to say, I want to link up Dark Side of the Moon with the Wizard of Oz of all things and go, wow, this works perfectly.
Is the Wizard of Oz, is that a stoner movie to begin with? I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be.
I don't know. I mean, you all of a sudden end up in a land with little people running around, lollipop songs, and
like people coming to life.
talking animals, and a
scarecrows,
Tin Man,
and-
yeah. Sounds
Man
like a
behind
pretty
the
high
curtain.
movie to me.
Absolutely. The more you talk about it, it does. You're exactly right.
That movie's scary.
It is a little I'll give
Flying
you that.
monkeys.
Yeah, the flying monkeys.
Supposed to creep you out a little
Yeah,
bit
it is.
When I was a
creepy.
kid, I would like cry.
Wow, I don't know that I went that far, but I do remember being a kid going, man, this is a little weird and a little creepy. But,
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang's that way too.
I don't even know that.
There's
I've
a kid catcher
seen
in
that
it.
one though. I don't know that I've seen that. Have you seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? Anybody?
I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
When, like third grade?
Oh, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
I don't know if
That's
ever.
the
I
guy
guess I've-
Don Knotts.
Is he in there?
Isn't Don Knotts in that
Dick
one?
Van Dyke.
Oh, Dick Van
Okay,
Dyke. That's
there we
right.
go.
I always get the two. He was in the other movie, Don Knotts with the fish, where he turns into a fish or whatever.
Oh, was that a Disney movie?
I don't know. I thought so.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
I was so late to Disney.
Yeah.
I missed it during the entirety of youth, and then I had to like go get caught back up. Like the time I watched The Lion King, probably about 10 years ago, was the second time I'd watched The Lion King.
Wow. Okay.
I've only seen it once.
Well, how about that?
Yeah, it just was not on
I've
my
seen that
radar.
one a dozen times. The Incredible Mr. Limpet.
Yes.
Limpet.
Yes.
Is the Don Knotts movie, and I can't tell if it's a family movie, but I don't know that it is a Disney.
I think he was in the Apple Dumpling Gang too.
Yes.
There you go. And
There we are.
Gus was great. Did you ever see Gus?
Yeah.
Where it was the
Escape from Witch Mountain. That was another one I loved.
Donkey that kicks the field goal.
Yes, that's
Gus
great.
Is good.
Or Flubber.
Flubber, yeah. But anyway.
Wait, are those all Disney? Is
I don't
Flubber
know.
Disney?
I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I don't know this either.
If you're a Disney expert, and there's plenty of them, then
Escape from the Witch Mountain was, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. 404-741-1230. Y'all, I want to play a piece of audio for you. And this comes from Dawn Staley. She is the head coach of the now national championship winning South Carolina Gamecocks women's basketball program. And when she was asked about men playing in women's sports, her answer stood out to me.
Coach, you just talked about, what a massive weekend this is, obviously, for women's basketball, women's sports in general. One of the major issues facing women's sports right now is the discussion topic about the inclusion of transgender athletes, biological males, in women's sports. I was wondering if you would tell me your position on that issue.
Damn, you got deep on me, didn't you? I'm under the opinion of if you're a woman, you should play. If you consider yourself a woman, or and you want to play sports or vice versa, you should be able to play. That's my opinion. You want me to go deeper?
Do you think transgender women should be able to participate?
That's your question. You want me to ask? I mean, you want to ask, so I'll give you that. Yes, yes. So now, the barnstorm of people are going to flood my timeline and be a distraction to me on one of the biggest days of our game.
That's your fault.
And
That's
I'm okay
right.
with that.
Well, yeah, you just said I invite men to play against these girls, these young women who are about to win a national championship, and if some dudes were out there, they wouldn't win a national championship.
Well, I think the follow-up question for the reporter, instead of saying that, because her first answer was, I think a woman should, if she wants to play basketball, should play basketball. My question would have been like, okay, what is a woman then?
Yeah,
and I would ask that first instead of, because when she first went in, she didn't say about transgender women. And I think that, she's being politically correct, because I think a lot of people in that, field there are maybe lesbian, maybe, and she feels strong to that community, and that's fine. I understand that. But at the same time, I think it would be different if there was a team of men on the other side and they ended up winning the national championship.
Well, the annoying part about this is how you have women, real women, who abandon other women so incredibly quickly in the interest of politics. The part that bothers me about this so much is that when you see these female columnists who will talk about how brave Dawn Staley is, for saying men should infiltrate her game?
Yeah. And not give the girls that have been working so hard a chance?
Keep in mind, Dawn Staley is the highest paid women's coach in basketball. She's iconic within the sport. And yet she is doing the exact same thing when it comes to politics of, I'll give you this generic view of these things, and that men should be competing with women as long as they feel they're women.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Sage Steele, she said, love and respect to Dawn Staley. Hate that she didn't have the courage to speak the truth, especially because I don't think there's any way she actually believes what she said. Her hesitations spoke volumes.
Why not defend women? We're going to look back at this. And both of you guys, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but y'all are raising young gentlemen.
Yeah.
That have a large amount of respect for women, that realize that women have a very important place in this society. And yet this fad continues to tell women that they are completely unimportant.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing, because I don't think if this was in her locker room and her players, the girls that brought her to this championship level, if 8 of them on that team said, we're not comfortable with a man in our locker room every single day, it makes us uncomfortable. Will she stand against those 8 women, 9 women, maybe even more that say, it's uncomfortable for us to be around this man?
Dude, it's happening in school districts all around the country. I mean, it's happening everywhere. And and the crazy part is that this woman wouldn't be at the level she's at if she had to play against men herself.
Well, recognize this. This is where the politics just flattens everything, where logic is completely destroyed. Everything's thrown out the window. Remember, Dawn Staley is still the woman that, based on an accusation made by an attorney in Fort Worth, Texas, about a Duke volleyball player, when the Duke volleyball player said, I had racial comments made to me when I played at BYU. BYU looked into the entire accusation, found nothing to be true. Dawn Staley decided, well, I'm going to cancel our basketball series against BYU. Okay? This is a woman who is politics first, women second.
Yeah, but that's so sad, because I'll give you an example why it's sad. For the first time in my entire life, I made a point to watch a women's basketball game. Ever in my entire 47 years of life.
We did too. We watched Final Four night, and we watched yesterday's championship. It was fun.
Man. It was so much fun. My son, who is a freshman baseball player in college now, he was like, me and the boys all made a point to watch this game because of the female athletes, the actual women who were on the floor being good enough to catch their attention and maintain their attention. And yet, they're like, Yeah, I mean, I know that's good and everything, but if it were dudes, it'd be better.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's what she said.
That's exactly what she said, and I think that's very disturbing because when you go back and look at some of the amazing things that happened with Caitlin Clark and everything, none of those happen if there's maybe a man on the other side. And you know, they went deeper into this and asked about certain players and this, that, and the other, and they're like, oh, well, then they'd have to be on testosterone, you know, or being taken off of and going through what they need to do to become a woman, and it could take 2 years, and it doesn't matter because these people still have testosterone all the way up into the time that they decide that they're going to go play the sport. It still has an effect, and I don't think she really thought this through. Again, it's one thing to sit there and say it knowing that it probably is not going to happen anytime soon to get to that level, but it's also another thing to not think about your players and the girls and the locker room and all the other things when it comes to traveling with the team and the way that they all kind of bond. That really does create division. Nobody wants that kind of distraction on a team.
I think we're going to be about 5 years down the road where we're going to look at stuff, you know, very similar to we look at 2020 and certain people go, BLM was a thing?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, there's going to be that. Hold on a second. You were told COVID was this? You know, these are things that we look back on. We're going to look back on this fad. And we're going to realize what destruction we did to youth and what destruction we were doing to society where we told women that they are completely unimportant in the interest of men pretending to be women.
Gosh, I hope y'all are right, man, because I don't feel like it's a fad. I feel like it's continuing to grow, if nothing else. Now,
it's going to stop, though, because because you know what? The Olympic Committee's already made a decision on this, okay, and I think that's huge. I think a lot of others are going to follow through with that. We see fighting back. We see parents stepping up. We see real women like Riley Gaines stepping up. Sage Steele stepping up, and I think you're going to. I think Carlos is right. We're going to look back on a lot of these things. We're going to say, you were wearing a keffiyeh for what?
Yeah.
Like, who are you supporting? Terrorist groups?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
I still think it's kind of interesting that what happens, and it's a variable. It's bigger than 1%. Okay, what happens is, you know, today's hero. Oh, look at this person. They're so brave. And then we find them with kiddie porn.
Yeah.
Okay. And then there's a certain point where we go,
yuck.
Why do these people do this stuff? Why are they prone to violence? Why are they prone to touching children? And you recognize because they're sexual deviants.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not allowed to say it as of right now. We'll do it on this show.
Sure.
But it's going to take several years before we go, oh, remember that whole trans thing that everybody was into? Turns out they were sexual deviants and were a lot into kiddie porn.
God, I hope that's the case, man.
I hope so, too. I mean, they dress like furry characters. Why? Because kids are attracted to furry characters at Disneyland and all those.
Illness.
It is a mental illness.
That's the thing, though, is I'm afraid that we are so mentally unstable. We're so mentally fragile, and especially children are that way, that it continues to grow online, and it becomes this whole subculture of people. Maybe it goes away in the mainstream, but it ain't going away altogether.
Dawn Staley, we're going to look back on that piece of audio, and we're just going to shake our head and go, really? That's what you were playing? You were playing the game at the time? What were you doing here?
When someone gets hurt, when someone really gets hurt, it's all going to come back and go, maybe I made a mistake saying something like that.
Yeah. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Trump is asking an odd question. Will you put me in jail? Seems like a thing the Democrats would be glad to help him out with. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los on Eclipse Day. Hoping you're got your glasses ready. Hope everything is going to be just so, because you look directly into that thing, you go blind or crazy or a little bit of both. I'm not exactly sure which, but something like that.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Google has now changed the definition to reveal they are no longer including business bloodbath. Oh my God!
Playing with words is what they do.
Changing the definition for political purposes of the American language.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Hey, it's Rhino here for my friends over at True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. I love this place, and there's many, many reasons why, but most importantly, it keeps my family safe, and that's probably the most important thing I can do. It's what I want to do. is keep them safe in case of any kind of emergency. Prepping is so important. More and more people are doing it, and you need to go to a place that's locally owned and operated and support the people who support us, and that's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Whether it's freeze-dried food, which I think is very important to start putting that away, making sure that you have it in a safe space, that when they attack our farming, when they attack by making sure that our essentials are sky high, you have everything you need in case of an emergency. But water filtration, we saw what happened in East Palestine. We understand that, hey, at any time, Chinese, they could shut our water system down. What are you going to do? What are you going to do if you have no water? Well, hopefully you went to True Prep and have all the water filtration you need. First aid kits, very important as well. And we're talking about EMT grade first aid kits. And the fun things, but also things that keep your family safe. And those are the AR-15s, the firearms, firearm accessories, and the ammo. And you can get them all at the lowest prices around. They're your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies. True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Go there, tell them Rhino sent you, and they'll get you started. They even have some workshops to help you on your way. Go check out their website as well. That's trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently, you were accused of dog-napping a Chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
What are your plans for your business this year? Hey, it's Tug. Do you want to expand and grow? Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you got a new person to deal with? You have to start all over again? You don't have that with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they want to know you. Unlike big banks, they want to partner with you. The Frost family knows the patterns. They know the ebbs and flows. They know business. Get to know them at firstlibertyga.com. Building a building, buying a franchise, expanding. Reach out to them. Spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. You do that at firstlibertyga.com. And by the way, if you're a young banker and want to work with a team that is faith-friendly and has a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to them today. First Liberty Building and Loan. firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What makes Atlanta Ramjack special is the crews. Our crews are the most experienced people in the industry. Foundation repairs has many aspects. We do helical piers, hydraulically driven piles, we do polyfoam injection, we pressure grout, we do carbon fiber reinforcement. There's multiple solutions to foundation repairs. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Marietta PD's Chuck McPhillamy. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
The Morning Extra is on till 10 a.m. and the live and local conservative talk continues on your drive home with the Kimmer Show, 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to great conservative content throughout the day, led by the Morning Extra. And then we hand it off to Beck, then Clay and Buck, and then returning this afternoon from vacation, the Kimmer Show. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder are back.
You think he got a tan?
From 3 until 6. I hope so.
I mean, he was laying on that beach like, I mean, thank God they held a mirror over his nose to check on him every once in a while.
No kid, make sure he's getting some humidity there.
But he was so pale.
Yeah.
I'm peeling right now.
Are you? Because you've been so much of the
You can see your color.
I got a shoulder.
Good Lord, you did, man.
Yeah, the one day I decided I'm not putting anything on because, it's going to be kind of cold and windy the next 2 days. So I was like, I'm going to spend my 2 hours in the sun.
There you go.
And now I'm feeling it.
Everybody's coming back tan. This is the week. Everybody comes back.
I'm not
everywhere.
Well, this was the weird part.
I'm not been. Well, I have, but I didn't get to go. But
we had a multitude of counties that were all on spring break at the same time. Normally it's staggered.
It's so much fun when it's like that, though.
This time it was everybody in Atlanta that was down, on the Florida coast.
Did the girls see people that they didn't expect to see while down there? Because that's the way it always works.
It was my wife. My wife ran into people that she'd worked with 20 years ago. There are people that she played volleyball with when she used to play in the doll league, the dirty old lady league. You just ran into people the whole time.
I love the doll league.
I like that. Dirty old ladies.
The
dirty old ladies. And they're much dirtier now. Because when they were in their early 30s, dirty. Now that they're like in their 40s, much dirtier.
Dirty. I love it, man. That's awesome. Donald Trump is asking an odd question, Los. And it's basically, hey, will you put me in jail?
So if you saw his post on Truth Social, he's going after Judge Merchan and talking about, obviously, still the connections that his daughter has to the Democrat Party. And if you followed along with this is the gag order that came down on Trump. And he's not supposed to be talking about it because he's not supposed to mess with the jury pool. All right. He is flat out calling this dude out and basically pointing out how he's a partisan hack and wants to put me in the clink for speaking the open and obvious truth. I will gladly become a modern-day Nelson Mandela. He is begging. To me, he is put me in jail. Put me in jail for 24 hours. I'll win this election going away.
Landslide.
He's asking for it at this point.
Absolutely. We knew that when he put the mugshot out, that was going to be good for him. And he realized at that point, hey, I'm going to capitalize on it. If you go to his website right now, you could buy the T-shirt. You could buy a mug with his mugshot on it. It's perfect. And this would be another extension of that to where people go, yeah, this is ridiculous, man. There's not been any evidence. There's not been any crimes. They can't link them to any of it. They're trying as hard as they can. All they've done is thrown out indictments and nothing's come to fruition and everything's been torn down as a joke. Throw him in jail and just go ahead and give him the presidency.
Well, here are the nuclear codes.
Why even,
as you walk in?
We don't even vote.
I've said this till I'm probably blue in the face. We deal with such a thing as bad leadership, bad politics. What we don't deal with as Americans is corruption. That's the point where both sides of the aisle go, regular people, corruption's it's all over D.C. But as far as regular Joe Americans, Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, corruption is the one thing that bothers everybody. And what he's pointing out, he says in his post, we have to save our country from these political operatives masquerading as prosecutors and judges, and I'm willing to sacrifice my freedom for that worthy cause. We're a failing nation, but on November 5th, we will become a great nation again, make America great again. All right. He is flat out telling you this is such a corrupt system that they're willing to put me in jail as the person who is the front runner for the presidency.
Yeah. No, that's right. But there's a little bit of showmanship in there.
Oh, definitely.
I mean,
he knows the game.
He knows exactly what he's doing, and that is going. But that's who cares, right? That's half of winning the game is knowing the game.
Outside of Rhino, who asked to be put in prison?
Right.
Come get me. What? Hold on.
Come on. No, but I think it is important to show like this is how ridiculous our system's got, and it needs to be fixed. And he knows that, and he knows a lot of the things he says and does is common sense. I know that a lot of people don't like what he says a lot of times, but this is one of those like, hey, this is how they're weaponizing against you. It's not just me, and that's this entire campaign. campaign. It continues to be that way. Hey, this is what they're doing to me. You can see it. Here's the information. Here's the evidence. I'm giving you everything I can, and I'm fighting for you. And people believe that. They see it, and they see it every single day. They see it in their lives. It's not just Donald Trump that's being persecuted. People see it every single day, and it does translate to a lot of these groups.
I think so too, man.
Yeah.
It'll be fascinating to see how all this actually shakes out. Like when we get to the end of the road on the sham trial that's happening in Fulton County, when we get to the end of the road and the sham hush money and the sham real estate, like where are we at the end of this? Where are we? Is Trump in jail? Has he been to jail? Because I don't see enough to be able to actually put him in jail for anything.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I think most people look at it and see it's a sham, but it's not that they're not going to try. And look, he knows what's at stake, and he's willing to do it because he knows it'll hand him the office. I'm just curious as to where we actually are.
Think about big picture here. This is the end of the republic, where you have a presidential candidate who is saying, "Put me in jail. That way I can win for sure."
Yeah. Orange man and orange suit.
How ridiculous is it that you have a presidential candidate who's flat out telling people, who's flat out telling a judge who already put a gag order on, why don't you put me in jail?
Mm-hmm.
See how that goes.
Is that not the saddest state? That makes me
end of republic stuff, man.
Sad. Makes me so stinking sad that's where we have allowed our country to get. Like we've allowed it to get to the point where it's a person running from office that is willing to be or using that lockup as a political platform.
Yep.
Like I'm going to jail. That's my political platform.
I think that when people with any kind of common sense break this down and go, okay, let's talk about Ukraine and the phone call there. Let's talk about the phone call to Brad Raffensperger, which they threw out of court with Judge Scott McAfee. Let's talk about the things that this banana republic is doing, funneling money to Ukraine, finding out and going, hold on, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of evidence about the money that's being transferred to the Biden crime family. People are looking, saying, hey, and I think that's why Donald Trump is saying this, put me in there, because it does bring up that awareness of you're jailing your political opponents. You're doing exactly what a banana republic does, and that's exactly what Carlos was just explaining. You're watching the end, and I think that's going to energize people.
But does it help?
No.
If you're already at the end of the rope, if the Republic is lost, does it even help? What happens with Donald Trump as an elected official if he's back in the presidency, and you know that the entirety of what happened during his first administration will happen double time in administration number 2? Does it even matter?
For me, no. Because even when, and this is where people have a hard time with this, even when he wins, they're not going to elect him. Okay? We're going to have one game. If they're willing to go this far, do you really think they're going to certify an election?
No, by no means.
Who runs the House?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You got establishment Republicans and Democrats, and you have Republicans leaving just to basically hand over power.
And you're sitting back thinking to yourself, like, there's no way they wouldn't certify the election.
Who's thinking that? Yeah, anybody that thinks that they would certify a Trump election better think again.
They have built the man into Hitler, Satan incarnate. They will look at it as their responsibility to make sure that the will of the American people is not validated.
Kamala Harris has an opportunity to be a hero to these tyrannical minorities.
Yeah,
she is the one who will certify. And do you trust her?
No,
you're gonna flat out find out.
Yeah, it's gonna be ugly,
coming up in November. You're going to find out who really is running this entire thing, and guess what? It ain't us.
It's gonna be ugly. There's a lot of eyes open, I think. A disinformation October surprise is the game that will be played next. A October surprise is coming. Better be ready for it. Buckle up. We'll talk about it next after a Fox News update and a Neil Bortz report on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
It's time time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Over the weekend, a series of articles in the Sunday Atlanta Journal-Constitution that were interesting. There's a surprise. And they weren't about race. Another shocker. What were they reporting on? The problems getting an operator on the line when you dial 911. There is an industry standard for 911 emergency call centers, and that is that every 911 call should be answered within 20 seconds. But it's not working that way in the metro Atlanta area. In Atlanta, 30% of emergency calls were put on hold for longer than the industry standard, 30%. That may not be important to you right now, but if you're the one with a spouse or a child laying on the floor, bleeding or suffering a cardiac arrest, you don't want to be on hold when you call 911. Atlanta, the city, hasn't met that standard in 4 years. Gwinnett County, another one, fails to meet the standard. A third of emergency calls are not answered in 20 seconds. One surprising thing in the story, I think it's poor reporting, is that they only spent one paragraph talking about people in the entire metro area who make useless, worthless calls to 911. For instance, to have a policeman come over and kill a spider. But here's something that should not be a surprise to you, but it probably is. This paragraph. Among the more successful jurisdictions were the cities of Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, Dunwoody, and Brookhaven. All of these areas perform better than the industry standard. And guess what else they have in common? These 911 call centers are all operated by private companies under contract to their local governments. Are you surprised that private companies can do the job better than government? If you are, please don't vote. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Honestly, we have a cowardly white judge who is afraid that the black power structure in Atlanta is afraid for himself, his family, and his home, and so he basically took the coward's way out. He's let her have an escape plan here, and Fulton County is beyond lost. Why anyone would live in Fulton County.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
It's a state, not a federal issue. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's former President Trump's position on abortion.
Like Ronald Reagan, I am strongly in favor of exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother.
That's in a Truth Social post this morning as the former president readies a 2024 rematch with President Biden in November.
In this video, he says that he believes abortion policy should rest with the states. He believes that there's not going to necessarily be a federal standard that has X number of weeks that something would be allowed or not allowed to happen. Instead, he believes it needs to happen on a state-by-state basis. And he even admits this could create a little bit of confusion depending on where you are. However, he says it's about the will of the people.
Fox's Mark Merritt started at the White House. Democrats have blamed 3 Trump-appointed Supreme Court justices for overturning the Roe v. Wade ruling that undid a woman's right to abortion, letting states ban the procedure. President Biden will go to Wisconsin today, offering more student loan debt relief, up to $20,000 in interest wiped out for 25 million Americans. And Fox's Madeline Rivera reports.
About 2 million borrowers who are eligible for loan forgiveness programs but have not applied could see their balances automatically forgiven.
This after the Supreme Court blocked an even bigger Biden debt relief plan last year. We're all going to see something rare today.
The total solar eclipse, 3 minutes and 51 seconds of atmospheric joy.
Fox Weather's Robert Ray's in Indianapolis, where he will see the moon block the sun entirely.
15 states will have the totality, 115 to 120 miles wide. Over 30 million people will see the totality. But the good news is every state in the lower 48 will experience some sort of this eclipse.
Of course, you need those special protective glasses to avoid serious damage to your eyes. Country star Morgan Wallen's in trouble, arrested last night in Nashville on felony reckless endangerment charges, then released early this morning. Wallen's accused of throwing a chair off a rooftop bar that landed 6 stories down a few feet away from a couple of Nashville police officers. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Xtra.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Well, you get an 85% view of the eclipse today in Georgia. It starts about 1:45-ish, and then it all culminates there about 3:04. So that's if you can see it because of the clouds. Because as Rhino brought up earlier, like, are we going to be able to see this thing? I mean, this is legendary. This is like once every.
Does that make it more cool? Like if there's cloud covered, then doesn't it make it darker?
I don't know.
You know?
I guess, but you can't actually see what's causing the.
Well, I don't want to see. I like my vision. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought you'd look through welder's glasses.
I just want to be, in my house or out somewhere and just go, oh, look, it's really shady outside. That's cool.
I'm gonna take a late nap today.
I was gonna say, my nap time is now 1:45 to 4:20.
That's exactly right, man. I'm gonna give me a good nap. Good Lord. That's the thing that I think that we need to focus on is when do we take a nap? When you get up super early
and it's dark all day.
Oh my gosh, man!
And 4 o'clock in the morning was. It was
I
a
bet
little bit more of
after
a
you've
struggle. Been out for a week.
Yeah.
Now I did still get up a lot of times. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I was popping up. I mean, I'd sort of yes. As Joe Virgin Rivers waving at me like, I know you were, because I was texting Joe in the morning to get some spots done. But still, 4 o'clock hits a little different than 5.
Oh,
I know it just sounds like an hour. It just hits different.
It does, man. There's no doubt. I mean, even 15 or 20 minutes at that hour will throw you in a tailspin.
You wake up, like you guys do the same thing, I'm sure. Your alarm's set at one time, and 30 minutes before your alarm goes off, you accidentally wake up because you're used to being up early, and I'm going to lay here for 15 minutes, and that's the best 15-minute nap you can get some days, man, but it's rough.
Yeah. It is weird because that initial alarm for me is 4:15, and then I think the third alarm, because there's 6, it's 4:35, and that 4:15 to 4:35, you might be saying, well, it's just 20 minutes. Oh, but that is important. 20 minutes.
20 minutes at that early in the morning is make or break your entire day.
That's right.
I agree with that. Y'all, we talked about the sun kind of disappearing.
Now we get an eclipse.
Yeah, so now we get an eclipse. The sun kind of disappearing this afternoon. Do y'all remember it was back in 1983 when David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear. Do y'all remember that happening? I vaguely remember it. I don't remember it well. I would have been about 5 years old, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I'd been 3.
Yeah, so I don't remember it real well, but I remember how big the story was, and it continued for most of my childhood. That Copperfield had made this extraordinary feat happen, and he's an illusionist. You know, he didn't
actually do it.
You
don't know nothing.
So. Seriously, I'm dumb.
I growing up, that was like the big. It was all over the news in New York.
In New York.
Oh yeah, that was like
grew up.
Yeah. I don't know how he did it. I think he did like cloud cover or something. I don't know.
I don't know how he did it either, but
big mirror.
I just pulled up a video of of it happening. It was on some random Facebook page, and it did look cool. And then it wasn't but a couple years later that up in Chattanooga at Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Auditorium, we went and saw David Copperfield, and it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I was probably 10 or 12.
Oh yeah.
And that dude is extraordinarily talented. I don't know how he does what he does, but he does it.
I was obsessed with magicians to the point where there used to be a magician called Blackstone. He was very famous for a long time, and they even had like little Blackstone kits you could get at Toys R Us and toy shops that you could learn your own magic. My father, who you got to meet, he was really into magic, and when he owned Big Jack, well, he owned a lumber company up in New Hampshire at the time, and he became, for the kids, Sawdust the Clown, and he did magic tricks because he was so obsessed. So
Jack became Sawdust the Clown?
Sawdust the Clown.
Dude, that's the greatest name for a clown ever.
Oh, he'd come
Sawdust?
in. Well, because, we owned lumber companies.
No,
so
I know, but it's
he'd
brilliant.
throw sawdust up in the air.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Make things happen. It was cool.
I want to see Sawdust the Clown today.
Oh, I should make him do it.
Dude, that would be so awesome.
He still got it.
I think we're about 5 years removed from when it was me and my previous radio show back on our sports station. We went to Vegas, and it was for the start of the NCAA tournament, and we ended up getting one of the dudes reached out, said we were a really big deal, and we were front row for David Copperfield. And it was really cool because, obviously you're seeing it up close and illusion and everything else. But there was so much consumption of Neil Bortz and what Neil's into that one of the guys kept punching me in the arm because he was so incredibly out of his mind while watching Copperfield.
On them gummies.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
So, but again,
we all have that friend.
If you're going to go see David Copperfield, just know that it's enhanced by Neil Bort's fun. It is. It really is.
Just know that's gummies.
I love magic.
That's code for gummies.
Like a good show like that, I can imagine how much fun it'd be.
He's punching me in the arm going, "It's an effing dinosaur! It's an effing dinosaur!" Because he made a dinosaur appear.
Oh, my Lord, dude.
Chris Angel was one of the ones that became really popular, had his own show.
I remember that name, at least.
I think he was one of the first person to do like the whole levitation thing, which...
What was that other dude that was a little more mysterious? I don't know about the Chris Angel guy.
There was David
Blaine. That's right. That's the one I got a little fascinated with.
He was like a Houdini-like
one. I got a little fascinated by him, I'll admit.
Is it Mind Freak?
Yes, Mind Freak was Chris Angel.
That's Chris Angel, right.
There was some stuff that I was in. Again, I enjoy the illusionist aspect of things, trying to figure out how it is.
See, that's the magic, not pun not intended there. That's the magic of it all, trying to figure out how in the world they do these things. Like I said, Copperfield back in Chattanooga, like he had this huge, he rode out this brum, brum, huge Harley Davidson motorcycle out, and he put it on like some sort of platform.
Yeah.
And it was held by chains, and they lifted it off the stage.
Yeah.
And as you're watching this thing lift up, the whole thing collapses and falls down, and Copperfield and the bike are gone.
So weird.
And as you're looking at the stage trying to figure out what in the world, in an instant, he's in the back of the auditorium on a huge box, revving up this motorcycle. You're like, good Lord!
How did that happen?
The devil is doing this.
The devil.
This has to be the devil.
Well, I'll tell you,
it was amazing.
You just like, oh my God, we got to go to church right now.
That's right. Wash this devil off of me.
It's always, and even though like the ones on the streets and they do like the little hand things, and you're like, wow, that's just amazing. Joe Biden made my entire savings account disappear.
That's right.
The entire thing.
He's actually
gone.
the most talented.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Oh, I'm doing taxes right now. I can't wait to hand another check to the government. It's going to be awesome.
death.
Told my wife, I'm like, I was like, get ready.
Yeah.
We're doing this again.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather than give them a interest-free loan. I'd rather do it that way for sure. Good Lord. But that's it's part of it. But I didn't realize until just now when Rhino brought it up. Joe Biden is. Not only is he multi-faith, he's multiracial. He has a lot. He's like an entrepreneur because he does so much. He's the president. He's been a lifeguard. He's an illusionist. He's making people's bank accounts disappear. I mean, he does a lot. He's a busy man.
I had this discussion with some people in Florida. The amount of people, and because again, everyone's from everywhere. It's just kind of how it is. But the amount of people that all agree that, hey, this is your trip to Florida? Is this your only trip to Florida?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. We've not planned a trip at all. We're just like, we can't. We're paying for college right now, and we're doing a couple weekend trips over there. But I mean, when you drive to Charleston, if you leave on Friday, let's say you take Friday and you get there by it's still 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So half the day's gone. So you get that night, that evening.
Right.
You get the full day Saturday, and then you leave early Sunday morning. I mean, it is a quick trip. And if you don't, let's say you leave after work, then Friday's all together. You get in super late. You only have the day.
Yeah, the good news is, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Biden tell us all the time, though, the gas prices are coming down. So I know it's more affordable now to drive.
Much more affordable. Yeah, exactly. So much more affordable.
But I think that plays a lot in a lot of people's minds, too, is like, we can't afford to go on trips. We can't do those things. So they start doing, because I noticed more than ever, campsites, the way that they're selling out.
Dude.
They're selling out because it's more affordable to go for $25 a day to go camp and bring your own stuff than it is. You can't get a hotel anymore. All the prices are gouged there. People can't afford to do the things that they used to do anymore.
We have it over in Port St. Joe, Florida. So there's a really, and when I say like it's a nice one, it's because they have a community center, they have a pool, they have a whole set.
That's awesome.
It's an RV park.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that place, I have never seen it more packed.
Yeah.
Where people just decide, I'm just going to get on the road, I've got what I got, I've got what I own, and I'm going to use this in order to go somewhere, rather than having to spend the fees or the hotels or anything else for a resort.
Yeah, I just can't imagine trying to. Fox News was just running in the Monitor. And I suffer from this, that college is more expensive now than it's ever been before. And it's like $90,000 a year on average, and we're not paying that by any means. But good Lord, it is unbelievable what people are trying to afford. I just read, I think it was yesterday, my buddy who owns a State Farm agency, he sent me a note, and he was just like, hey, read this. This is coming your way. Mm-hmm. It was like, there's another 6% increase expected in people's homeowners insurance.
Yeah.
That's just this year, 6%. But what they don't talk about is over the last 2 years, it's already gone up 20%. So then you add up 26% in 3 years. What's been going on the last 3 years? I don't know.
Biden administration.
Yeah, there you go. It's just incredible. People, I don't know how people afford anything at this point. And you're seeing it. People are just having to slow down. Just like you said, just people have one vacation planned, if they can even do that, and some people can't even do that. It's unbelievable what's happening in the United States of America, but indeed it is, and hopefully we can at least change that part of it, get some fiscal responsibility. There's all kinds of games that are going to be played, though. Get ready, because 2024 is going to be one of those years where things that you may never expect to happen are coming your way.
Miranda Devine at the New York Post had a nice little bit of a reminder, and it was gear up, get ready for the craziness that's going to happen, the October surprise, what's going to happen in November. And when you just think about it in terms of, think about in 2016. 2016, you actually had the Obama administration decide to spy on the Trump, basically the entire campaign, and then you had Hillary Clinton buy basically a false narrative that was Russian collusion. She paid for it. It was all financed through her campaign. And so that's what they tried. In 2020, we then had we're getting ready to have a debate. We find out about this Hunter Biden laptop, and they cook up, well, let's get 51 administration officials to say that this is Russian disinformation, it's not real.
But more than that, Intel officials.
The intelligentsia, the intelligence officials that came up with this stuff. Remember, both of these particular exercises involved the FBI, CIA, and everybody else.
And they knew what was going on beyond a shadow of a doubt.
So if it happens in 2016 and it happens in 2020, gear up for 2024 because nothing's changed.
But I can't imagine how targeted, how big, how much the swamp will be involved in this, because this is like the culmination. We've hit fever pitch because Trump looks to be in the lead.
Yeah.
In 2016, Hillary was the heir apparent. They didn't have to work that hard.
No.
And then 2020, COVID, there's all kinds of things that they had going in their favor. This year, with Trump in the lead, it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen before.
It's going to be delusion, and it's going to continue down, and it's going to be scary. It's one of those things where I'm looking forward to Donald Trump winning this election. I really am. I think it sets us back in motion to hopefully fix this republic and bring back common sense and critical thinking to the United States of America, and maybe even getting out of wars and becoming more peaceful. But at the same time, it's not going to be peaceful here because I see the left. I've seen what they've done to our cities. I've seen how they've destroyed. It's kind of nerve-wracking to think about what might happen in January of 2025.
See, I know it makes people crazy when Donald Trump will speak about himself in these like big glowing terms. Oh, it's the best, it's the greatest, it's whatever. But think about it. It's because he's having to counteract a compliant media with the craziness of what they say. To imagine that you actually have a president right now who in the last 2 weeks has dropped a video talking about how Donald Trump told you to drink bleach when it came to COVID. Well, it never happened.
No, he didn't.
Never happened. Yet you're still
Don't tell
trying.
Aunt Peg.
No, well, and Peg. We'll talk about her in a little bit. But think about that. Like, and the neo-Nazis were fine people. Again, these are just outright lies. Yet this is what they continue to do. Sure. And if there's a disconnect that's going on now, it's that you've got a large amount of American society that has basically tuned these people out. They've just decided that this does not apply to me any longer. When you turn on the news and you're told something about how great this country is going and you know it not to be true, then you tend to side that way. But I think Donald Trump is basically playing up if you're going to talk about me in this way, I'm going to talk about myself in these big, gargantuan, glowing terms, and it makes them crazy.
I love it. I love that. If there's anything that's entertaining,
it's the greatest.
Greatest
is watching people melt down.
You raise more money than anyone.
Yeah.
So huge.
It's so funny because it drives them bonkers. Like when Joe Biden says all this crazy, wacky stuff, I just dismiss it. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't stick with me through the remainder of the day. No. I don't think about it the next day. Like, we come in here, we laugh about it.
We laugh about it.
And then we're done with it.
We embrace being MAGA extremists. We laugh about it. We think it's funny. But if you were to go the other way and be like, you're the racist, they're like,
that's
Donald Trump is the worst thing ever, blah, 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 blah.
That's the beauty.
It's great.
Like, it's heads exploding while we laugh at it.
So I'm driving back from Florida, and this is the part of the trip where the wife is handling the portion of the trip, and I get up on Twitter, and I'm just kind of taking a look at some stuff because, I'm riding in the car for 8 hours, so you just got to find something to do. And one of the people was talking about how, The Rock has decided he's not going to endorse Biden this time around, right?
Yeah.
And I made the point that when you had a Clymer and a couple of these other people that were all extolling about how upset they were about how The Rock is not doing this and he's not with us on this one. I just said, when you leave the cult, and if you ever study any kind of cults, when somebody leaves the cult, the rest of the cult members will create random wild-ass reasons as to why they're still part of the cult and this person isn't.
Leah Remini.
He left the cult. And so immediately then you have the people going at her like, what are you talking about? You're in the Donald Trump cult. I'm like, sorry, I'm the biggest proponent of Operation Warp Speed that's ever existed in this entire city.
Yeah.
I'm able to call balls and strikes. The fact that you can't, and anybody who leaves your cult, you immediately attack. That's a pretty crazy scenario.
That's why I bring up Leah Remini.
Right, sure,
because
Leah.
Remember how they turned Scientology, how they turned on her? Good Lord. There was nothing she could have done except defend herself.
Yeah, absolutely.
They came after her.
I'll bring up some people that are very dear to us. Janelle King. Kelvin King. The way Janelle and her show last week, one of the great parts about her show, what she was talking about is the way they look at a black conservative woman, a black conservative male, and what they say to him. We heard about Tim Scott, what they called him, and they continue to do that anytime somebody is supposed to be a part of their group, and they go, well, hold on. I don't agree with what they're doing, then all of a sudden look at the attacks they put on them. We don't ever do that. I mean, look, there are times that I sit there and I say, hey, I don't understand as a Jewish man why you're liberal. Like, I don't see how it aligns with our religion. I don't understand it. I don't understand your values. And I will say that, but I don't sit there and go, oh my God, you can't vote that way. I just say, hey, I think you need to think this through more.
But the crazy part is the cult, no matter what they come up with, again, the third thing they're going to come up with in November, they will sit back and say, well, it's all justified.
Sure.
He's a criminal.
They're not going to question it at all.
Criminal.
They don't question any of this stuff.
Criminal. He's low down. It's 91 indictments. How can you vote for that man?
End of your country, and yet they're sitting back going, oh, well, it's all necessary.
God, we need to save democracy.
That is necessary. We're saving democracy.
Not the Republic.
Yeah, right.
Not the Republic.
No, that's
and they're
right.
not saving democracy.
No, they're not. By no means. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. When we come back with women voters, it is abortion or the economy. Which one do you think is most important to women voters? We'll talk about it next on Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. The whole Hee-Haw gang's back together after spring break. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 this afternoon. Local afternoon show with the Kimmer. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder are back from vacation 3 until 6.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Democrats don't like secret ballots for unions because then they don't know how everybody voted. They can't say, hey, you want to sign this card? You want a union, don't you? You know that we know where you live. We know where your children go to school. We're sure you want to get along with your fellow workers here at the plant. You don't want to cause trouble, do you? So go ahead and sign this card that says you want to join a union. There's a word for that, intimidation.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
You know how I told you Southern never makes you wait? Because they have this huge complex down in Jackson, Georgia. They serve all of Metro Atlanta and all the Southeast. And they have the manpower, they have the product, they have everything they need to have and need to make your house your castle. Whatever you need done to the exterior of your home, they have it and it's ready. Let me give you an example. My wife and I, we want to get our house painted. They came out and gave us the quote. We're going to get it done. And they're like, when do you want to start? And we're like, well, we got this. We can't start. When can y'all do it? They're like, next week. We're like, we can't do it next week. We can't do it the week after. No, so we're making them wait. Have you ever heard of that? Where a contractor comes in and is like, no, we're going to get it done right away. And you're like, whoa. I actually need you to wait. That never happens with contractors. They're always making you wait. Not at Southern Exteriors. They get the job done immediately. So if you make them wait, that's one thing. They'll be patient, but they will never make you wait. Whenever you need your work done, you got to get that leaky roof fixed, the siding redone, replaced, or just pressure washed, repainted. They can fix it. All those drafty windows, those clogged gutters, they can get them all done. But you will never wait. Call them today. 877-9-SOUTHERN, 877-9-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co, not .com, southernexteriors.co. Do not wait. Call them today.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs, or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Neil Bortz here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, cpapsetc.com.
This is Dan Watkins happens with all four seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their value-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Coffee, keys, and Extra 106.3. That's how I get to work and home.
Dude, that's a nice touch right there. Black Hole Sun, Soundgarden on Eclipse Day. So good. I love this band.
Me too.
Chris Cornell left us way too early, boys.
Ooh, boy, yeah. I got to see them in Madison Square Garden.
What?
Oh, that's cool.
And they were nobodies. You know,
were they the opening act?
They were the opening act for Guns N' Roses, Metallica, Faith No More.
Yeah,
wow. It was a huge show.
It sounds like 88, 89.
Buddy.
I left that show and I went and bought this.
Oh,
it was,
sure.
at that time CD.
Okay.
But I was like, I am going to get that CD. This is an amazing song. Spoon Man. I loved all that music.
Bad Motorfinger was there.
Yeah.
Was the one that set him out with Rusty Cage on there.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing that if you went and saw them at that period of time, that you walked out of there and was like, after you hear Chris Cornell sing, you're like, what do I got to buy?
Yeah, seriously, count me in for that. And then
just that voice, man.
Well, but it was not only that though, but because he could do the heavy stuff like from Rusty Cage, from Bad Motorfinger, and then from Super Unknown, which is the album Rhino was talking about. I mean, the guy could do that and then go down and do a stripped down acoustic version of Prince's Nothing Compares to You, the one that Sinead O'Connor made. And his version was even better than hers.
Mm-hmm.
He was incredible. Dude had range like nobody's business. He had maybe the purest voice of any of those early 90s bands.
I love when you had Temple the Dog with Chris Cornell. And obviously, you've got Pearl Jam, and you're sitting there with Eddie Vedder. And there's not a lot of people that when you hear them sing next to Eddie Vedder, you're like, okay, that dude just blows them away.
Yeah,
Chris Cornell blows his doors off.
Wow. That was the amazing thing about it was, before that show, when you have all those other super groups up there.
Yeah, which that lineup is incredible.
Yeah, everybody's out like going to get beer, do whatever they need to do. And everybody just kind of came in like, what, who, what? Oh, wow, I haven't heard him. I haven't heard this. And, they were obviously getting popular enough to be on that stage with them.
Yeah, sure.
But you either had to be already there, but then it just got so huge and everybody was like, this guy's amazing.
And he was. I want to bring in something that happened. And it was announced on the 5th of April, but we really didn't know much about it until the 8th of April. Since we're talking in that early 90s grunge era with Soundgarden and Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
I bet you remember when this happened.
Hi, I'm Kurt Loder with an MTV News special report on a very sad day. Kurt Cobain, the leader of one of rock's most gifted and promising bands, Nirvana, is dead, and this is the story as we know it so far. Cobain's body was found in a house in Seattle on Friday morning. He was dead of an apparently self-inflicted shotgun blast to the head. Police found what is said to be a suicide note at the scene, but have not yet divulged its contents. Cobain, who was 27, had reportedly been missing for about 6 days, according to his mother.
Unbelievable. I remember where I was sitting.
Me too.
I was sitting in my high school girlfriend's family living room watching MTV, and her mom was probably cooking dinner, whatever time it was, and then I remember the exact report. I was just like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened? I would imagine for our generation, it's like when Elvis passed.
Sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was so huge.
It was such a shot to the jaw because he was such a big star so quickly.
Well, when you listen to his music, you realize that there's obviously, depression and sadness and stuff throughout it.
Without a doubt.
But at the same time, you're like, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. So you're like, what did he do that for? Why? And then all the rumors. You remember it was like, oh, Courtney Hull did it. Oh, Courtney did it.
There's a whole movie about that.
Or Courtney Love, sorry.
There's a whole movie about that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a weird time. And of course, yeah, I was, a little bit older than you at that point, but I do remember because I was a huge Nirvana fan and grunge fan at that point.
I think it's Montage of Heck is the documentary where, and I'm trying to remember which one because there are
Amazon, I believe, is where you see that one.
So they go through that entire summer of Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love just basically doing heroin in their apartment and just being holed up in the apartment, just doing heroin all summer. And so it's no surprise that when somebody gets hooked on something like that, that then they're never able to kick it. She kicked it, he couldn't.
Yeah, goodness. Man, what a sad thing. Frances Bean Cobain on Friday is the daughter of Kurt and Courtney, and she had this whole post. I mean, it's so long on the 30th anniversary of her dad's passing.
God.
And man, it's freaking crazy.
30 years.
30 years. It's
20 years old.
Crazy.
Ooh, God.
Freaking crazy. And I was 94. I guess I was a junior in high school when that happened. Because you're about 3 years older than I am.
I was 2 years out.
Yeah.
So.
And man, it was unbelievable. You just couldn't believe what you're seeing. And John F. Kennedy, and I'm not trying to compare the two, but just those moments in time that really do strike you. You remember exactly where you were when it happened.
I guess I just was never surprised by it.
No, you don't have to be surprised.
I don't know. And I'm just saying, it's when you recognize that this is what happens to these guys.
No, I know, but
it was too soon again.
Yeah, it was like, you know it's going to happen, and you know that it ain't good, but
you knew
when
he
it
was
actually,
an addict.
Yeah, but when it actually happens, there's a difference in knowing it's coming and when it actually happens.
The bigger surprise are the guys that made it through that time period.
Eddie Vedder's the only one. Well, speaking of,
but I'm talking like the hardcore drug addicts, like Anthony Kiedis, who was on heroin.
Yeah,
and he was able to survive. When you listen to, when you go through some of their music catalog and you realize, hey, some of these songs are about heroin addiction.
Yeah, a lot of them.
And you're like, whoa, okay, that's pretty strong stuff to get through that. I mean, there's the Shannon Hoons of the world that have nowhere near the catalog of Kurt Cobain.
Yeah.
It's still the same stuff.
Yep.
It's
exactly. Unreal, man.
It was definitely a sad day. It's definitely a sad day.
Oh my gosh!
I had a 10-disc changer in my car. There's that Nirvana, Pearl Jam, all that. Everybody.
That was big times in the early 90s.
10-disc changers.
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Where do you think women are when it comes to voting? Because you had Donald Trump made his statement on True Social about abortion, and where does that equate as far as women and voting and why they'll vote, how they'll vote when it comes to that and the economy? And Rhino, you say it all the time. Majority of women will never even entertain having an abortion.
Correct. Yeah, 75% of women will never even think about it or ever have an abortion. So does that really translate? And, this article is obviously written by The Hill. It's not obvious. I'm going to tell you it's written by The Hill, but it's a very left-leaning, website. But they do get a lot of information, especially when it comes to what's going on. And they started breaking this down, talking about women voters are going to be the pivotal role come November's general election. Constitution. And they're talking about reproductive rights. I think this is going to emerge and change a little bit now, but even before Donald Trump's statement about this as a state's issue, now you're going to see a little bit different way the Democrats are going to have to handle this. But even before this, when they talked about women came out to vote, and this is the important one. So they broke it down by women voters of color and talking about black women. And the one thing they said is, don't care about abortion. It's not it. What we care about is the economy, number one. And number two, believe it or not, is border security. And there's a good reason for that. But 40% of black women say they are, more likely to support a candidate who's pro-reproductive freedom. But at the same time, they said, but when it comes down to it, we got to take care of the family, the kids that we have. Same thing in the Hispanic community.
Don Lemon had it partially right when he talked about in 2018, like, oh, the great threat to democracy, the great threat to society is white terrorism, white nationalism. It typically is liberal white women, okay? Like, that's the threat to society. So when you have information given to you by Rhino telling you that the black community, black women in general, are saying, no, that doesn't really affect me. This is what matters to me. It's because they're not as emotionally involved as liberal white women are. Those are the people that are driven strictly by their emotions. And so when you tell me this is how women are going about it, all I'm looking at is to basically pick off groups and say, hey, if you're sane, come along for the ride.
That's right. Welcome, sane people.
Come on in, sane people. Were your groceries $200 again? Let's do this.
Because mine were, and I bet yours represent the same. You're buying the same type stuff I am, and yours is equaling up to the same thing. So you can't afford to go on a vacation. You can't. And vacation, I use that as probably a bad example to use because it sounds so, I don't know, unnecessary.
Listen,
of all the things you could buy,
there is something very simple, and I don't care when it occurred. Like for my family, it wasn't, my parents were both working middle class. Yeah. And so it wasn't like we had a crazy amount of money, but a vacation for us was, hey, we're going to Six Flags. We're going to go watch a baseball game in Dallas or Houston or something like that. That was a little bit of a summer vacation. To now have those where I look at it and I say, we can do one of these. And in the past, we might do three. It's a change. It's what happens when everything costs 30% more. This is what happens.
And I think, Rhino, that's the thing, is that people work so hard and are working so hard, and yet they're not able to do those things that Los just named off because they can't afford to. Or if they can, it's, hey, we're gonna go to Six Flags one day. We're not going several places. We're not going several trips. We can't.
No, they can't. But I think with them, it's more, like there's other things that are really concerning that, you start looking more in. So there's a group called Higher Heights Leadership Fund. They're an organization that is dedicated to advancing black women's political power and voting. It's a liberal organization. So they do a poll and find out 71% of black women say they're very worried about the cost of living. 65%, and I think this is a huge one that people are missing, is they're very worried about being able to afford housing or a house or buy a house. It's so much less than what they're concerned about when it comes to abortion or reproductive rights.
Where does it show abortion on that list? Does it even show?
It doesn't even show, and that's the important part. I mean, it's down there. There's all the 40% say they're kind of concerned about it, but they don't. So that means 60% aren't even paying attention to it. Here's what they came down to and said the economy is their biggest concern. People just trying to make sure they can go to the grocery store, put gas in their tank, pay their rent, and pay a mortgage. They're not able to do that right now, and that's what they want. Home ownership. What they want is to be able to provide for a family.
The American dream. That's what you're telling me people want, is the American dream? What? How could it be so? It just absolutely floorboards me that the Biden administration just does not care whatsoever about what Americans care about.
Well, the fun part is that they're spending all their time with their surrogates telling you about what's really going on in this world. And I think that's where Aunt Peggy will never hear it.
No.
Aunt Peggy's going to have her view of what is actually going on. And then there's the rest of everyone else who's sitting back and saying, all right, I hear what you're telling me. I don't believe it. Now let me go ahead and look into things for myself. And if there's something that's happened in the last 4 years, a lot more people are much more open to not even conspiracy theory. It's tell me an alternative of what I'm being told. And then I'll make up my mind from there.
I mean, I think the straightforward question is...
Why do we keep growing?
Yeah, right. That's exactly right.
We got exponential growth at this radio station. Why? because we bring up an alternative from what you're being told on a regular basis. Remember, everything is cookies and candy canes, and it's great in the economy, and everything's perfect. Yet, when they release job numbers, just like they did last week, I'm sure you guys got into it, more full-time jobs are gone, but part-time jobs keep growing.
Yeah.
Well, it's amazing.
Just some quick numbers in the Latino voters. 54% of the voters say inflation and cost of living were their top issues, followed by the economy at 44%. The other one thing that they're talking about more than anything else is they want a common sense approach to immigration with a pathway to citizenship, but coming here legal.
I mean,
that's a big number for them.
It should be so obvious what Americans care about. And clearly, the Biden administration has other plans. They don't care what you think. They don't care what you care about. They care about changing America fundamentally. It started with Barack Obama, and it continues with a third Barack Obama term. 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, April 8th. If you're planning to travel this week from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport and consider taking MARTA into the airport, think again. The MARTA station servicing the airport will be closed for renovations over the next 6 weeks, starting today and continuing until May 19th. Officials suggest using the nearest station at College Park if you're going to take MARTA, from which you will transfer onto a bus for the remainder of the trip. MARTA recommends allowing an extra 30 minutes for travel to the airport if you choose this route. This afternoon, the Great North American Eclipse will occur as the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. While it will be a total eclipse as it travels from Texas to Maine, Georgians will only experience a partial eclipse with 85% coverage of the sun. The partial eclipse will begin around 1:45 and conclude around 4:20. In sport news, the Atlanta Braves completed a series sweep of the reigning National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Sale allowed 2 runs on 4 hits and 5 1/3 innings, while Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and Michael Harris hit homers to power the Braves to a 5-2 victory over the D-backs yesterday. The Braves welcome in the New York Mets to Truist Park tonight. Charlie Morton will take the mound on the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's historic 715 home run. First pitch scheduled for 7:20.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, we're going to take you to class. Story time with Los. The divide between young men and young women gets deeper and deeper when it comes to politics. Next on Extra 106.3, the app is the very best way to listen. Get that for Apple and Android. Just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta, wherever you download your apps.
You want to be ahead of it? You want to be at the water cooler? You want to have the information first? Well, tune in because Tug, Rhino, Carlos, we're going to have it for you.
Only place you'll get it, and the place you'll get it first.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Atlanta, let's talk about Toro. And where do you pick up your Toro mower? You do that over at Howard Brothers. Toro mowers. Let's talk about it because let's face it. If you're a professional, you know the quality that you get with a Toro mower. But if you're just a homeowner like me, well, understand Toro and their quality dates back to 1914. Toro was built on the tradition of quality and long-lasting products. They take the same technology that the pro contractors rely on and design them for your everyday product that you get to use as well. They're not just reliable, they're comfortable. Toro zero-turn mowers feature the ultimate in comfort making for your mowing experience and make it enjoyable. Make your lawn beautiful. Make it like that for the entirety of the season. Visit Howard Brothers Power Equipment today to find your next zero-turn lawnmower from Toro. The grass is always greener when you take care of it with Toro and with Howard Brothers.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Is this the year you want to grow your business? Do you want to expand your team? Build a new office? Hey, it's Tug, and I want to tell you about First Liberty Building and Loan. Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you're dealing with a new person? You won't have to with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they can help you too. They know the patterns, they know the ebbs and flows, and they know business. Now the Frost family wants to know you. FirstLibertyGA.com. Buying a building, building a building, buying a franchise, or expanding. Reach out and spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. By the way, if you're a young banker and you want to work with a team that's faith-friendly with a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan at FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
My name is Amy Risley. I have been working for Bruce Hagen for 17 years. When I first started, my boys were 4 and 6, and whenever I needed, Bruce allowed me to bring them to our office. Bruce has always treated us like family, and 17 years later, I still love coming to work for Bruce Hagen. The best part of my job is when I get to put a settlement check in the hands of someone Bruce won a case for and see it change their life. I'm Amy Risley, and I work for Bruce Hagen. Let Bruce Hagen work for you. Hagen-law.com.
Spring is the perfect time to bring a group out to a game at Truist Park to enjoy great weather and Braves baseball. Come experience the brand new private Jim Beam Bourbon decks located on the lower level down the left field line. The Jim Beam Bourbon decks have a great view of the field while incorporating a private setting and bar access for your group to easily socialize while you cheer on the Braves. Visit Braves.com/hospitality to snag this amazing new space for your crew this season.
Ozzy's punished another one. Make it 2-0 Braves.
And come experience another brand new space in right field, the Blue Moon Beer Garden, offering the largest variety of Molson Coors beer options and unique food pairings. And there's a special ticket offer for any weekday game during the regular season. Tickets are only $30 and include a grandstand reserved game ticket and $10 added value to use toward food or beverage. A limited number of tickets are available for this special offer, so lock in your seats now at Braves.com/Blue Moon. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Buddy, we're about to take you to the schoolhouse.
Yeah.
You better start listening up. Better start paying attention. You better sharpen your pencil because we're about to go to school. And it's all brought to you by Atlanta Ramjack, your local foundation repair experts. Atlanta Ramjack.com.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Thank you, Ramjack. I want to tell you guys a story. This wasn't based on history. This is based more on experience. And both of you being dads of young men, I think this is where it really points to what's going on in this country. Because we talk about the numbers, about how young ladies are becoming more liberal, young men are becoming more conservative. And it almost feels like there's a backlash against the whole toxic masculinity thing. That young men are basically wanting to say, I want to be honorable. I want to be a provider. I want to be a protector. What is wrong with that? And so I want to take you to, I was over in Florida. I was down over on, it's Trump country. I mean, let's face it. When you're on 30A, this is what happens. But with our line of work, we always kind of hesitate to get into this sort of stuff with our regular friends or people that you don't really know. It's just, listen, I'm not going to introduce politics into every discussion. I'd rather talk to you about sports or whatever else. But something really interesting happened to me while we were hanging out. This place called Mill Mercantile and Social. And it's just this little bar across the street from our house. And it's kind of a package store / ice creamery. Like they have a little bit of everything for everybody. And we ran into somebody who had played volleyball with my wife more than a decade ago.
Wow, that's cool.
Wow. And just out of nowhere, they looked at each other like, and they just point at each other from across the room. Like, oh, wow. Like, I haven't seen you in probably 14 or 15 years. And she was there with her husband. I got a chance to talk with Ricky. Shout out to Ricky. And then something interesting happened. My wife was explaining what, she does for a living and what I do for a living. And they kind of started paying a little bit more attention. And Ricky's wife calls over one of her sons. She's got 3 teenage boys with him, 2 of them hers and one of them that was a friend of theirs. And comes over and says, here, you need to tell this story to me. And this young man starts telling me about how he's in high school. He's currently a junior. Says they had a substitute teacher that showed up. Goes, and she's got purple hair. And she started ranting about Donald Trump. And now he asked a very simple question to her. And I was very surprised to hear this out of like a 17-year-old young man.
Yeah.
Goes, well, explain to me why Joe Biden has been so much better for this country. Now, again, 17-year-old.
That's a bold thing to do in school.
But did it in a very mature way.
Yeah.
And the interesting part was to watch his parents kind of lean in of like, what are you going to say to this? And I told him very simply, you should not be ashamed of your beliefs. You should be able to talk about this in a regular fashion with regular people. That always ends up being the problem, is that you'll recognize, and as he pointed out, goes, she got so belligerent so quickly that it immediately, to all the rest of the students, were like, this person's kind of crazy.
Unhinged.
But it really speaks to how you guys are raising your sons, in that there's nothing that's toxic masculinity about standing up for your beliefs, or at least having a discussion about your beliefs.
You want boys, when I want him to be more empathetic in a lot of ways. I want him to listen. And I want him to think about the things that are being said. And it's really important now, especially with him going to school, that I ask him when he comes home, like, what are you talking about? And then I let him know when he comes to something, when it comes to politics, and he asks me about it, I say, here's their point of view. Here is my point of view. And here are the facts. And I want you to ask the questions. I want you to be able to be respectful when asking those questions. And I think that's very important. But he knows now, like, wait, I want to be a man. I want to be married one day. I want to have children. Like, he's developing. I'm not pushing him in any way whatsoever except for support. But it is nice to see that there are fathers out there, because I do see it a lot more often, where they are asking questions.
And it was strange because, again, as I'm starting to talk about this stuff, typically there's always the eye roll. There is the, okay, it's in politics, because that's how my wife treats it. And that's fine.
Mine too, by the way.
But the weird part was to see these parents start leaning in and are like, tell us more. Talk about it more. The idea that their young men, their boys, are being taught, think for yourself.
Well, but
do things for yourself. Like, how different is that? Like, do not accept the programming. Think for yourself.
That's right. And I see it especially with my son, who is a freshman in college. And he was like, I'm glad I'm so busy. He was like, I don't want to watch. He was like, the one thing I love Charleston, he loves the school. He loves everything about being there. He was like, but I'm glad I'm busy, because I see these people walking around with blue hair and girls that don't shave their legs and all this weird stuff. He's like, I'm so glad that I'm busy and don't have to deal with that every day. I don't even have to tolerate it. I see it. And he was like, I'm not going to be mean to anybody.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be around that. And you can see boys are just like, I'll take a step back. Y'all can have all that.
My son has been, unfortunately, the witness of people who act crazy like this. We see it all the time. It's not something new. And that's what this tyrannical minority does. That's their intimidation, right? Just Stop Oil stands in the street and screams at you about ridiculous climate change initiatives. The people who go and put on a mask and then put on their little keffiyehs that they bought on Amazon and pretend now that they're Hamas, representatives. They get out in front and you talk to them and go, hey, do you understand why October 7th was bad? And they start screaming and yelling because they are being talked to in a way. Men and boys, they will start to see that. Just like you said, you don't want to deal with someone like that who's always combative.
But think about how different it is just from the numbers. That if you have this many young men, I believe the numbers were close in the 80 percentile,
That's right.
that were going towards conservatism, that were asking these questions and talking about this stuff. Yet young women were the exact opposite.
Yeah, going in the exact opposite direction, yeah.
How exactly do we have them in the same schools, And how are they getting a completely different message? And one of them is accepting it, where one group is not.
Well, I think it comes down to masculinity, because as you talked, Rhino, you want your son to be sympathetic to people. That's what a protector is, right?
That's why they call it toxic.
Right, exactly.
To get you to stop.
That's right, exactly. But your son sees, and mine too, they see the need for that. They see the need for masculinity. They see the need to be a protector.
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that. It's needed. And you see women all the time wondering why they can't find a husband. I'm always attracted to people that are masculine because it's nature. It's what's supposed to happen.
Well, I think the protection thing's an important thing, because look who's standing up for women now. Look who's standing up. Look who's walking out of school saying, no, we want these girls to be able to be in a classroom and feel comfortable, or a locker room.
What has happened with young women, in my opinion, I could be completely wrong.
And you have two young daughters.
I've got two young daughters. I watch how it happens, and so this is how we discuss it. There is an allure to big daddy government. We'll be the ones to care for you. We'll be the ones to take care of you. And some of them fall in line with that way of thinking that, you know what? I don't need a man. I got the government.
Oh, God. That's horrible.
I'm taken care of.
That's so horrible.
That's the only thing.
No, you're right about it.
And
you're
I mean,
dead on.
It started with Obamacare taking care of your birth control, and it just went from there.
How awful is it that that's what you're going to depend on? You're not going to depend on yourself. You're going to depend on the government that fails at every mission that they set out to take on. Dude, I don't want to rely on that. That's
finish high school, get married. It's 2/3 of the way.
Exactly right.
Stay out of ever being poor and unsuccessful in this country.
When we come back, there's a deep division in the Democrat Party, and it's all based on identity politics. Next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Over the weekend, a series of articles in the Sunday Atlanta Journal-Constitution that were interesting. There's a surprise. And they weren't about race. Another shocker. What were they reporting on? The problems getting an operator on the line when you dial 911. There is an industry standard for 911 emergency call centers, and that is that every 911 call should be answered within 20 seconds. But it's not working that way in the metro Atlanta area. In Atlanta, 30% of emergency calls were put on hold for longer than the industry standard, 30%. That may not be important to you right now, but if you're the one with the spouse or a child laying on the floor, bleeding or suffering a cardiac arrest, you don't want to be on hold when you call 911. Atlanta, the city, hasn't met that standard in 4 years. Gwinnett County, another one, fails to meet the standard. A third of emergency calls are not answered in 20 seconds. One surprising thing in the story, I think it's poor reporting, is that they only spent one paragraph talking about people in the entire metro area who make useless, worthless calls to 911. For instance, to have a policeman come over and kill a spider. But here's something that should not be a surprise to you, but it probably is. This paragraph. Among the more successful jurisdictions were the cities of Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, Dunwoody, and Brookhaven. All of these areas perform better than the industry standard. And guess what else they have in common? These 911 call centers are all operated by private companies under contract to their local governments. Are you surprised that private companies can do the job better than government? If you are, please don't vote. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Pack your bags and join the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets football team in Dublin, Ireland as Toe meets leather to kick off the 2024 football season in Dublin. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic will feature your Yellow Jackets versus the Florida State Seminoles in a special Week 0 matchup on August 24th, 2024. Don't miss this unique opportunity to visit one of the world's most popular travel destinations while cheering on the Jackets on a global stage. For travel packages, tickets, and more information, go to gt2ireland.com. Sting 'em.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds from local to federal for any jail in any city. And in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
If you don't work and sit on your butt, the government hands you a check. If you cross the border, they give you plane tickets, phones, debit cards, whatever you want. If you work, they show up at tax day and they steal your money. And they give it to the others to buy their votes.
It's unbelievable.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
He doesn't want a federal abortion law. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump has detailed his abortion policy about 7 months before a rematch with President Biden, saying now that the Supreme Court has undone a woman's right to abortion,
the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both, and whatever they decide must be the law of the land.
The presumptive GOP presidential nominee posting this video to Truth Social.
It must be remembered that the Democrats are the radical ones on this position because they support abortion up to and even beyond the 9th month.
Elsewhere in the video, Trump also highlighting his action while in office, which eventually led to the abolition of Roe versus Wade, the most influential abortion ruling this country has seen in decades.
That's Fox's Brooke Singman. That remains a big campaign issue for Democrats who blame Trump appointees for that ruling and have successfully blocked abortion bans in several states. President Biden's found another way around a Supreme Court ruling that blocked his massive student loan forgiveness plan last year. He'll go to Wisconsin today, touting more debt relief for millions more Americans.
The White House is going to try to forgive loan balances for those who have up to $20,000 more than they originally borrowed because of higher interest rates, and it would cancel loans automatically for people who are eligible for public service loan forgiveness.
That's Fox's Mark Meredith. Another issue on a Boeing jet. A Southwest Airlines flight had to turn around after takeoff in Denver yesterday when an engine cover flew off and hit a wing. Nobody was hurt, but the passengers got to Houston 3 hours late after having to get on a different plane. A lot of Americans will put on special glasses this afternoon and look right at the sun as the moon eclipses it.
I'm hoping to get some interesting shots during the totality.
We missed the one in 2017 that came through our town. Looked it up and we were like, okay, well, the next one is in 2024. We're going to Arkansas.
They're in Little Rock, one of the areas where it'll be a full eclipse and a 100-plus mile path of totality stretching from Texas to Maine. There won't be another one in the U.S. till 2044. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Buddy, nice work here. Here comes the sun. Let's go. This is such a great Eclipse Day song, y'all.
Yeah, it is. Later at like 4:20 when it comes back, I guess, right?
Yes. Board Op Joe Virgin River has been playing the hits this morning. The only problem I have, Joe, with your selections all morning, who have been stellar, not one of them has been country that I recall.
Oh.
Okay, so
I have one coming up.
Thank you.
I have no complaints, Joe.
It's not a complaint necessarily, it's an observation.
Yeah. Just when Joe loses his mind, just know.
Joe, I think you're doing great.
You're going to get cut first, huh?
Seriously, I'm going to get shot first.
He's going to shank you.
We just had a discussion that when this eclipse happens and it becomes a zombie apocalypse.
Explain why that is, because Michael Ron said, hey, have y'all seen Night of the Comet?
Right.
And it was a movie from 1984, and apparently a comet comes through, and anybody that wasn't in a lead-lined room became a zombie. And we were going through the hypotheticals. Okay, well, if it were an eclipse, like, who do we take with us? How do we get in our lead room? And Joe was like, well, Rhino, can I come with you?
And I was like, yeah. And then you guys, I was working that way, and you were right on top of it. Well, what do you bring to the table?
Joe, buddy, Rhino's got the hardware. He's got the protection. He's got firearms. Joe, what do you bring? And
you have
everything.
A gun? No.
Yeah, no
power.
Yeah, everything he listed off, Los, was just like, well, everybody's got that. You can talk. Okay, that's not really a great trait.
Joe might be a mule.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking.
Actually, honestly, because I have, I do my own prep. I've got, food saved up and everything else. So I bring some of this stuff to the table. I've hunted since I was a 7-year-old. But outside of that, we'll have to trade Joe for sex.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Basically, it's like we will give Joe up.
That's a good point.
And then we will get stuff back.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Like barter system.
I'm fine exactly.
with that. Yeah.
It's like, listen.
Okay, just said it's fine.
Joe is going to do this for y'all.
Yeah,
Lord.
Your community, and we'll get
terrible.
I don't know, 20 pounds of apples out of it.
He said he'll do that, but wait till he sees
20 pounds of apples.
Wait till he sees the guys coming to knock on the door, though. That's going to be the scary part. That's not our concern.
Where's that Joe fella at?
I also was telling him I watched a documentary, and it talked about like how tribes kind of figured out whose job was what, and how they were kind of groomed to do certain jobs, and they would take some of the weak ones like Joe and send them out, and they're like, look, he'll probably get killed by a buffalo, but if he doesn't, maybe we'll keep him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good enough. Yeah.
There's such a thing as bait.
Yeah.
Yes.
And maybe Joe's
bait.
Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen to him. It's just...
yes. If he's trading for sex, there's plenty of things going to happen to him.
Yeah. Right.
And none of them sound good.
Again, not our problem at that point.
No, I'm with you.
Because we probably just got some really good food or something we need.
But this is the trade-off to be in the tribe.
Yeah.
Joe?
He said he's in.
Joe, I wish you do something like automotive work.
Seriously, can you tear down an engine?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like...
Cars are not my forte.
Carpentry.
He started with, well, I can cook, but Rhino...
You can do that.
He was like, I'm strong.
I am strong.
I can speak.
I can speak.
Yeah, so, yeah.
I can...
Joe, you're in bad shape, buddy.
Yeah.
At the end of the world, you're in bad shape.
It's problematic.
Yeah.
Can you make fire?
Absolutely. With one match.
No.
Okay, but what if
not
you
a
don't
match?
have
We don't have
matches?
matches.
Yeah, without matches as well.
Okay.
All right.
Were you a Boy
Plus...
Scout? Were you a Cub Scout back in the day?
I did 1 year Cub Scouts. I did a summer camp.
So if we were to go outside right now...
Yeah,
and
make a fire right now.
And be like, let's
You
see
can
if
do
Joe
it.
can make a fire.
You
I
can't
had
use...
flint. Yeah.
No.
We gotta use
What if you don't
natural
have
stuff.
flint?
Flint. What are you going to be in the woods and you're going to be like, oh, look, I
I
found a
know how
lighter
to do
and
that
flint.
in theory. I've never done it. I've never
Buddy, you better
Well,
sharpen your skill set.
you're not making a strong case for yourself,
Sharpen
brother.
This is how we're going to get you into the hierarchy of the tribe.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go kill something like a deer and then wear it, cape it, wear it, run around the woods with maybe a spear for like 3 weeks, and then we'll see if you can come in. And you got to light fire, you got to do all that.
Well, let's not run him off because he's got some work to do here, too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Like
No,
after
I need
the show.
vacation.
After the show.
Yeah.
You can go
I think
full
this sounds
feral.
good.
Yeah.
Just like Joe just went wild. Like, whoa.
Where the wild things are is
I don't know how we're gonna get him back.
It'd be like that Survivor, like put him out there naked and afraid.
Yeah. If Joe was on Naked and Afraid, that would be awesome because it would be like the woman who's like, she's her PSI is a 7.8 and Joe's is a 3.2, and she's just like, what do you need me to do?
I love it.
Joe would come back so skinny.
Oh yeah, they drop like 30, 40 pounds.
I do it just for the diet of aspect.
Me too.
Why wouldn't you just do a regular diet and not have to go through all that stuff?
Because there's so much good food around.
Yeah. It's not as fun when you can walk to Goldberg's rather than like try to chase something out of a river.
Yeah, when all you can eat is like lizard.
Right.
You don't eat so much.
Yeah, right. Or it takes a lot of lizards to fill up. Goodness. We got Spike Cohen coming up, 9:25. He's got a debate, an expert debate on gun control, guns in America. The Dartmouth Political Union presents it. It's Wednesday, April 10th. You can stream it, and you can stream it on his website, too, spikecohen.com. So looking forward to talking to him here at about 9:25 on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los, there is division in the Democrat Party. I would contend there's probably some division in the Republican Party, too, but it's not as steep as the Democrat Party because identity politics are tearing them shred to shred.
Boy, we talked about the swing states, and when you look at places like Minnesota, you realized when they start voting for uncommitted or we're not voting for you, that's a big problem. This is a huge division right now. And you know what? It's all the Democrats' fault. They have sat and pandered to this Gen Z, right? They have continued to tell them, hey, we're going to give you student debt relief. We're going to make this, trans rights, this, that, the other. We're going to do things that are unconstitutional. And now they're expected to follow through on those things. They have energized these tyrannical minorities to the point where they are now 17% drop. That's a huge number in some of these swing states when you're saying 17% of the people who voted for us who are young are now saying uncommitted to you. That's a big problem for the Democrats.
And the Democrats have an issue going on that as much as we will point out the Republicans and their issues that they have and we can't really stand them, but the Democrats, when you look at how you have an entire party that is ruled by emotion, and remember, whenever they do anything, it's not in the interest of here's our foreign policy. It's all about maintaining power here. Think about just all the craziness they're having to deal with when it comes to young people in Israel and how many hoops they're trying to jump through because they're so worried. They're not concerned about Israel. They're not concerned about Hamas either. No. They're concerned about what is going on locally in this country with their group where they're breaking them apart because they can't find which foot to jump to.
That's right, because you got the Jewish vote that's a Democrat voter that despises the Hamas voters, and you got Joe Biden trying to pander to both, trying to talk out of both sides of his mouth all the time.
He's trying to save Michigan.
That's exactly right,
man. I mean, when you look at what he is doing, it is not because they're so concerned about what's going on overseas. They're only concerned about their power here.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
That's it. And so, but that's where we talk about that break. We say 17%.
Yeah.
Here's your problem.
Yeah, and again, this goes to Israel. This goes to Gaza, and you could tell the way that Joe Biden's saying, threatening Netanyahu. Netanyahu's like, I don't care what you think.
No time for you.
I have no time for your weakness. All you're doing is trying to pander to this group, and this group doesn't even believe it anymore. They don't want to be a part of it. This is the biggest division you're going to see in the Democrat Party. Their Democrat National Committee convention that's coming up in Chicago, it is going to be huge with protests. We've already seen it. We've already seen it in front of anywhere he's speaking, small protests. They're saying this is going to be the largest organized group of protesters. I kind of like it.
I'm here for it.
If we were in a scenario where let's just say that every single Jewish voter decided they would go Republican. Well, then you would see full on so much more pressure.
Support for Israel.
Oh, no. They would be going strictly against. They're telling you Hamas is Christmas.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Tell me again.
If every single Jewish voter was voting Republican,
they
would make Hamas out to sound like Christmas. Okay? They would, but they can't. Because they've got two factions here.
That's right.
They don't care about either end of this thing. They're having to play a political game with it because the amount of people that continue to peel away from the party because they have a group of extremists. These are street communists, and they need their votes.
God, can you imagine being in that situation? That's who you had to pander to.
Yeah.
You're a coalition of angered minority groups.
And there's so many splintered. I mean, there's divisions inside the divisions.
Yeah, well, you're losing climate change activists. They're upset that, Biden hasn't done enough. And he wrote an entire bill for it, spent trillions on it already. But he hasn't done enough for them. And it will never be enough for them. We talk about it all the time. They go from, hey, we're looking for tolerance to, no, it needs to be accepted now. It needs to be acceptance. And it happened with the trans movement and the LGBT community that now has so many letters we can't even talk about them anymore because I can't remember them all. They continue to do it. Yeah.
Where it just continues.
Just keeps going on and on and on forever. But they keep trying to really bring these groups in, hoping that will be, because they know that these people are emotional, like Carlos says. They know that they'll go and do these crazy things. We saw it in the summer of 2020. We saw it from Black Lives Matter. We see it from these people who take over and come out and do ridiculous things pretending to be, oh, well, I'm Palestinian. No, you're not. You're not. You don't understand Hamas. If you did, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing every single day. But this is a big group that is ready to shut down the Democrat Party and the convention.
I think it's great, and I think it'll be so funny to watch the meltdown that'll take place. But don't get me wrong, there are going to be protesters at the Republican Party convention too, of course. But these will be the hat-changing folks that we always talk about, right?
Yes.
These will be the people that
it's the same groups. Yeah. They're going to do the RNC and the DNC, right?
But they subscribe to all the things that the DNC is subscribed. They have the same allegiance. They have the same values, at least in some ways. The Democrats, they just hate Republicans. They hate conservatism. They hate anything to do with traditional. So they'll change their hat and protest that any way they can. Where with the Democrats, they're expecting something because they've been promised so much. So they're over there, they're angry because it's, saving democracy or whatever the nonsense is for the day. With the Democrat Party, when they're standing out front, they're expecting the Democrats to do whatever it is they're yelling about.
But imagine the nature of there's no right answer. That when we have conflicts around the world, we can typically go, good guy, bad guy, and the Democrats will fall in line with, that's a good guy, that's a bad guy. What's going on around the world right now is they cannot point out to somebody and say good guy.
Right.
Because it immediately hurts them. They can point out somebody and say bad guy. Immediately hurts them. So what are they having to do? Jump from one foot to the next and just deal with the protesters.
But they know that they are, and this is why they're losing Jewish voters, because I've talked to more and more over the past few weeks, and the more I talk to them, a lot of them aren't going to vote for Donald Trump. Okay, they're liberal. They are. But you know what they're not going to do? They're not going to vote for Biden either. They're going to sit this one out, and that hurts Biden more than it does Trump at this point. So you're going to see that. But they continue to go down that. They know who the good guy is. They know Israel's a good guy in this situation. They know who they're dealing with. But they are so afraid of that youth movement, but it's backfired on them.
But imagine how activated they have to feel that they're willing to sacrifice the Jewish vote because they don't believe it will hurt them as much as sacrificing any sort of Muslim-based vote or any youth that are siding with them in that regard.
Well, they've worked so hard to get that youth to believe their indoctrination, so they don't want to lose them now because it doesn't matter what hat they're wearing that day.
Man, I just know that when I see kids, that when they talk, because I hear my own son and his group of friends, and they don't talk politics a lot, but when it does get brought up, and it goes back to kind of what Lowe's talked about last hour when he did the story time, yeah, and you see the common sense that these boys have, and we're all hanging out over the Easter holiday because everybody came home. My son surprised my wife, came home, and they were just talking about little stuff like, girls playing in boys sports. They're like, yeah, dude, I would go out and dominate every one of them, because they're all athletes. They're like, we would dominate any person that is our age, that we would play against. And the laughter and the jokes that they made about it was like, can you believe that these people want you to buy into this nonsense? So they're speaking with such clarity and they're listening with such clarity. That's why I think at least the future is a little brighter with conservative boys because they ultimately will lead the charge against this woke nonsense.
Well, because now you're getting critical thinking and common sense. What they've done is they've embraced mental illness, and they've used mental illness to their advantage to say, hey, go out and spread your mental illness, spread your word, continue to go, make people feel bad, make people be afraid. They know that you are going to be more emotional when you think you're a man, even though you're a woman, or the vice versa, when you think you're a woman and you're a man. They know that these people are mentally insane. They know that they can use them. They know that they are scary, and they will continue to do that, and they've developed it. Look how big that movement is. There weren't this many trans people any time in history. And when that community, the LGB community, and you have Gays Against Groomers, and you have all these other communities going, hold on, stop listening to them. You're not us. You've never been us. Where are you coming from? That's what the Democrat Party does to them.
Really curious if we're going to have a point at any time where we're going to be able to say, all right, this is a fad, and look how they played into it, and look how they played you. No one wants to think in the moment that they are being duped.
No, right? Yeah, of course
No one
not.
wants to think in the moment that they are being duped. Understand that the only reason when they tell you to put on this Ukraine flag, it's because they're using Ukraine to get themselves rich. Hey, you got to care about this group. It's because they're worried about losing local power.
Wear this mask.
It's because they're trying to intimidate you and they're trying to control you. You should always be asking, what is the end game to this? Why are they telling me to do this?
Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. 877-9-SOUTHERN is their number, 877-9-SOUTHERN, or southernexteriors.co.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Here are the top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, April 8th, the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's historic 715th home run. We'll talk about that in a little bit. If you're planning to travel this week from Hartsfield-Jackson Airport and consider taking MARTA into the airport, think again. The MARTA station servicing the airport will be closed for renovations over the next 6 weeks, starting today and continuing until May 19th. Officials suggest using the nearest station at College Park, from which you will transfer onto a bus for the remainder of the trip. MARTA recommends allowing an extra 30 minutes for travel to the airport if you choose this route. This afternoon, the Great North American Eclipse will occur as the moon passes between the Earth and the sun. While it will be a total eclipse as it travels from Texas to Maine, Georgians will only experience a partial eclipse with 85% coverage of the sun. The partial eclipse will begin around 1:45 p.m. and conclude around 4:20. And in sports news, the Atlanta Braves complete a sweep of the reigning National League champion Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Sale allowed 2 runs on 4 hits in 5 1/3 innings, while Austin Riley, Matt Olson, and Michael Harris hit homers to power the Braves to a 5-2 victory over the D-backs.
When we come back on Extra 106.3, we are joined by former Libertarian vice presidential candidate Spike Cohen. He joins us next to discuss his gun control debate with David Hogg at Dartmouth. Common sense versus crazy will be on display Wednesday night. We'll tell you how you can take it all in. Next on Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
When you hear Jamie Raskin and Chuck Schumer and Morning Joe saying, boy, President Pukeface is as good as he's ever been, the best Biden ever, and claiming that Trump's a Nazi and all this stuff, they know that that's not true. The bottom line is it's hard to really believe that they want you to be deceived about the nature of your own country.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
Baseball season is back. If too much celebrating leaves you in trouble after the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds from the stadium to the city, and in most cases, we can have you or your loved one out in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They are locally owned and operated. You can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
Is the tax deadline causing you anxiety? Searching for elusive 1099s and trying to uncover any exemptions? If so, you're not alone. Every year, Georgians find themselves looking backwards to file with the IRS, reporting tax history. But what if you were to flip the script? Not just report your taxes, but actually planning for them. We're Master Plan Retirement Consultants. We're local, with offices in Marietta. We work with folks just like you to create a personalized, tax-efficient strategy designed to last a lifetime, a crucial piece to the holistic retirement plan. Do you have a retirement roadmap? You should. It's never too late. Visit masterplanretire.com. Don't wait any longer. Visit masterplanretire.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Extra 106.3 and Fox are red. CNN and CBS are blue. If you want conservative news and talk, we have just the app for you. Search for the Extra app wherever you download apps.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra until 10. Glad that you're joining us, and I hope you'll stick around for the great conservative conversations that you'll get on Extra 106.3 that most likely you won't get anywhere else because they don't exist anywhere else. Maybe you used to listen to a station that's been around 100 years and they're just not very conservative anymore. It's understandable that you would flip over to Extra, and we're glad that you're here, and we hope that you get what you're looking for. A little later, you're going to hear on the Glenn Beck program, Trump says that getting jailed for violating a gag order would be a great honor. We had that conversation a little earlier. Beck is going to continue that. And then the Democrat St. Louis mayor says business owners should be held accountable for crimes that happen on their premises, as if they asked for those crimes to happen on their premises. So anyway, just a few things that you'll hear starting at 10 here on Extra 106.3. After that, you get Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, the biggest show in all of conservative media. And our buddy, the Kimmer. Kimmer's show is back this afternoon, back from spring break from 3 until 6. Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, the local afternoon show on Extra 106.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
They're all okay?
As far as I know.
I haven't heard from any of them. I heard from Flounder a little bit.
Yeah, he texted us the other day in our group chat.
So that was good.
Yeah,
Makes me
so I
nervous.
think he's back.
I want to create some more promos.
Yeah, well, those are so much
we
fun.
need to at a certain point. Yeah.
Dude, those
What do you mean
made me
create them? That
giggle.
was Kimmer.
Now
I heard it.
Well, now there's the random ones where he's doing it, and I go, "Is that a real one?"
Yeah,
right.
Oh, okay.
Is that really Kimmer?
AI is so good.
AI Kimmer.
I can't tell anymore if he's really drunk or that's Kimmer or it's us doing it. I can't tell
It's
anymore.
hard to know.
I'm not us doing it. We don't do it.
It's just so confusing. The lines are all blurred here.
That's right.
They really are.
It's very gray. We live in a very gray world. Nothing's straight up.
I saw a picture of him on the beach. He looked gray.
Yeah. Well,
White.
he looked pasty.
Yeah.
But
Was he
hopefully-
see-through?
Almost.
Not quite.
See-through Kimmer?
Getting there.
You can see the layout of his body in the white
Yeah.
sand. Like, you can kind of see there's a body there, but he's pretty close to that white sand.
I saw him laying on a on like a what are those reclining chairs? What are they at the beach chair?
Sure,
whatever.
beach chair.
Yeah, and he was kind of laid back and he had a blanket over his face, and I was like, "Get that off his face! He's gonna be able to breathe." You know?
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's trying to block the sun or whatever.
That's why I was concerned if he's.
Like, were they trying to kill him? They're trying to suffocate the man. It seems terrible to do to your father, because I think it was his daughter that was posting the pictures. But I think they had. Seems like they had a really, really good trip.
Before he runs through all that money, I'm sure she's like, "Hey, let's get this taken care of. I want that house in Alpharetta."
It's exciting. Who wouldn't? And who wouldn't?
She just needs to get Flounder to go clean it first, because
That's right.
I don't know, from what I've heard.
Well,
He don't care that much about cleaning.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Look,
I don't either, though, so I can't blame
Cameron's a
him.
unique man. He
Yeah.
is a unique character.
I love the story that Flounder talks about his mystery sandwiches. How he'll
I
just
don't think I
reach
know
into the
that.
fridge and just throw anything between two pieces of bread.
Like it might be ketchup and pickles, and that's it.
Yeah.
Or
Might
just
be
a
mustard
can,
sandwich.
throw it on the, right on the flame.
Like Spam with some mayo and like duck.
Yeah.
Duck. Top it off, Spam with duck.
Just like some feathers.
Right. Just grabs a Cheeto,
Yeah.
dips the Spam out with a Cheeto, digging it out.
Look,
That
I
magic
like
sandwich,
Spam.
mystery sandwich.
I like Spam. I grew up on fried Spam, but I don't want it with duck or mayo because I don't like mayo. Mayo's the grossest thing on the face of the earth. I don't think there's a topping worse than mayo.
It's like a ham salad.
Kinda.
It's
What do you mean,
disgusting.
Spam? Yes.
Spam and mayo?
Well, yeah, right, yeah.
Throw some pickles, chop them up in there.
Ugh, yuck.
But I could just imagine Kimmer like just reaches into the fridge and he just grabs like two pieces of bread and like a pickle and like birthday cake.
Yeah, just anything that's in there.
And he's right, like a Cheeto.
Yeah,
just,
right.
just smash it all together and he just starts chomping away at it. Because as you get older, don't you like care less and less about what you eat? It's just about eating.
Yeah, just keep me alive. That's what he's at. Like,
I hope not, because
Just
that
enough to
sounds
fuel.
terrible. I don't want to live like that. I'd rather
he
have
shakes
something
the
tasty.
milk and it's got clumps, and he's like, it should be fine.
Exactly. He's
Well,
like,
he's a Marine. That's
Cottage
why.
cheese.
It's more of
No
he's a
big deal.
Marine. He's got an iron stomach.
Yeah. That man has a tough stomach. He
Yeah,
can
he
eat anything.
He's a tough man.
He's like a goat.
I love him.
He eats everything down to the root.
Yeah.
Dude, I love goats.
Can't stop eating.
That's right. No, exactly right. But goats are the greatest. Goats are the best.
But the way Kimmer's built, it's not that he's like, to me.
He's definitely not eating enough.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things where he just gets bored, so he just finds something to put in his mouth. It's like,
Okay.
I got to eat something, I guess.
That's right. Hey, look, that's what Marines do, man. He whatever the problem is, he solves it with incredible efficiency. And if he can't get it done with incredible efficiency, he gets it done with firepower.
That's it.
And that's actually why we're talking to our guest, Spike Cohen.
Nice.
Joining us on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Guns in America, debate on gun control with David Hogg and Spike Cohen at the Dartmouth Political Union. And that'll be Wednesday from 6 until 7:30. Spike, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. It's always great to talk with y'all.
Man, we love your company. We love your point of view. How did all this come about? I mean, obviously, I know you're a freedom advocate, which I'm such a fan of yours, and David Hogg is the exact opposite of that. I'm assuming that's why this all came together.
Pretty much, at least on this subject. The Dartmouth Political Union reached out to us and said, we'd like to do a debate with between you and David Hogg on gun control. We're starting a series of controversial topics from very prominent people on both sides of the subject, and we want to start with this one. Will you agree to it? And I said, yeah, if you can get him to do it. And then soon after they reached out back and said, yep, he said he'll do it. I said, well, okay then. So that's the answer. They asked, I said, sure, if you can get him to do it. And then here we are.
You know, it's kind of like when I heard this was going on, I said, oh, this is great for Spike. It's kind of like if you're a really good NFL franchise and you get to play the Falcons. You're like, oh, there's a win. This seemed like, oh, wow, he is going to crush David Hogg. What is the one thing you think David Hogg is most uneducated about when it comes to gun control and guns in America?
I think it comes down to his belief that you can use government as a tool to centrally plan who can and cannot own firearms. Something that a lot of people on our side may not know. David Hogg is not an entirely anti-gun activist. He's not one of these, get rid of every gun in the country, no one should have any guns type of person. He just thinks that there are certain guns that are far too dangerous for us to have, or that, because there are indeed lots of people who probably shouldn't have firearms, we should be giving the government more power to figure out who they are and so forth. So he supports a lot of restrictions on the types of guns we can have and stuff like that. The problem is all the data shows us that doesn't work. It also isn't going to hold up in court even if it did work, because we have the Second Amendment that ensures our individual right to keep and bear arms. So that's really what I'm going to be talking with David about. I believe he genuinely wants us to be safer and to protect the most vulnerable, and I'm going to show him not only is what you're proposing not going to hold up in court, but even if it did, it doesn't work.
Spike Cohen is our guest on the Morning Extra, and I think that's the heart of the matter, is that whenever you hear David Hogg talk about this issue, it's often from a place of pure emotion. And if you want to have a serious debate and serious discussion about gun control in this country, it can't be emotional because of the Second Amendment. I think that's where you're going to have even when you're talking about if it's a group of students, they're going to recognize the difference between logic and emotion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's an emotional component to this on both sides. I mean, you can talk about the fact the stories of people whose lives have been destroyed because of a red flag raid gone wrong. You can talk about people who weren't able to defend themselves because they didn't have a firearm. You can talk about people who were able to defend themselves because they have a firearm. You can talk about the fact that this focus on so-called gun violence really exploits the deaths of people who have committed suicide to try to push for a disarmament agenda, which I think is a pretty sick thing to do. So, I mean, there are many ways to address this, but there is an emotion on our side as well. But yes, the facts are basically entirely on our side.
Spike Cohen is our guest on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, former Libertarian VP candidate, and he is doing a debate with David Hogg at Dartmouth University. And that's, I guess, intriguing to me because the Ivies aren't in favor necessarily, or it doesn't seem that way, that they're in favor of free speech. So I'm surprised that they're giving both sides of the story. Do you expect the crowd to be hostile to you because you're in opposition to what they've been brainwashed into believing?
Oh, I'm honestly not sure about that. I'll say two things. Number one, Dartmouth Political Union has been more than fair in all of this. I honestly couldn't tell you from the different students I've spoken with that are putting this together which ones might agree with me and which ones might disagree with me. They've been incredible. In terms of the audience there, it will be hard to tell. I think there's probably going to be a mix of both. I'm pretty sure that all of the tickets that were available to people that were not students are all going to be people that support me, because when I announced that tickets were available, within like 12 hours, I had people telling me that they were all sold out. So
that's good news, man.
A pretty. What's that?
I was just saying that's good news. That gives me hope a little bit.
Yeah, we will see. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm certain there will be people there that are vociferously opposed to gun rights, or at least they will be before they hear what I have to say. But I have no reason to believe that we're not going to have an opportunity to both be able to give our side on it. I'm sure there will be people upset on both sides.
Yeah, and David Hogg at one point really did kind of defend the Second Amendment. It was earlier this year, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but it really started to okay, well, at least he's common sense in this part. But what I think liberals mostly do is they don't see the other side of some of the laws that they want to put in place. If we were to have true red flag laws and we were to decide okay, let's look at numbers, who commits most of the crimes, let's red flag them to not be able to get guns. You can't do that. That would take out one entire group. Or if you were to say, hey, mental illness is a very big problem, does that take out some people like in a trans community or something where they say, hey, part of the DSM that is considered a mental illness, even though you're not mental ill, you don't think that, you're not able to have a gun anymore. They don't ever see the repercussions from their actions.
Well, if one big thing is if you made mental illness something that disallowed you from being able to own a gun, all that's going to do is if someone is dealing with mental illness, the vast majority of whom will never harm anyone, but let's say you have someone who, is dealing with a serious psychosis and may end up becoming dangerous. If you tell them that the fact that they're seeking mental health treatment means they can't own a gun and they're dealing with paranoia, that just means they're not going to seek mental health treatment, which means now not only do they still have their gun, but they're not getting any help. That doesn't help anyone. So the unintended consequences of trying to centrally plan out who should and should not be able to own a gun, and certainly in the United States, which has more guns than people, that's going to fail every time.
Spike Cohen is our guest on the Morning Extra. And Spike, you're an advocate for freedom. You're an advocate for choice. Is it going to be strange that David Hogg is he's a noted gun control activist? His entire persona and his entire wealth and everything he's created for himself is based in this one area. I think that makes it very weird when you're having to talk to somebody and realize that their entire livelihood is based on one particular aspect that they're not going to be able to probably ever see the other side of the road when it comes to the other view of another party.
I don't think it's going to be weird. I think it's going to be a good structure for a debate. You've got two people who are, ostensibly very well read about the subject and know all of the ins and outs and have come to completely, or at least largely differing opinions on this subject. You did mention when David had a intentionally or unintentionally based moment when the governor of, I believe it was New Mexico, pushed for a blatantly unconstitutional executive order banning carry of firearms. And he came out and said, yeah, you can't do that. The Constitution doesn't, you're not allowed to do that. You can't just do that without the legislature or anything involved. And he was right. And I do think, this is not going to be the stereotypical screeching, you can't have guns, only the police and military should have any guns, type of deal. But I do think that he still thinks the government, there are many places where the government can and should be centrally planning who can have firearms. And I'm going to show him not only can they not, that the courts are increasingly knocking down firearms restriction, but there's also no data to show us that it would work even if they were allowed to.
Spike Cohen, our guest on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3. I think at the end of the day, the thing I want you to accomplish out of this is to show people, everybody that's watching and everybody in the crowd, that government overreach and a big government is bad in any instance, including the Second Amendment.
Yep. No, that's exactly the point that I intend to make, is that, whenever we are, it's like Benjamin Franklin said, those who are going to sacrifice a little bit of liberty in order to get some security are going to end up with neither. And that's exactly what we've seen over and over again. Whenever the government comes to us and says, we need just a little bit more power and we need to take a little bit more of your freedom away so that you can be safer. They absolutely do that first part. And usually they take far more than they said they would. And we're no safer. Sometimes we're less safe as a result of it. And so that's exactly what I'm going to be saying to this. I genuinely believe, again, that David believes that what he's doing is right. I don't think he's spent the last, 6 years of his life pushing for something he thinks is bad. I'm just going to show him he's wrong.
No, I know, but you make a lot of money doing that. But the one thing that he talks about the Constitution, the part that confuses me is when you look at what they're doing, taking away that right to be able to have assault rifles, like they like to call them, even though they're just AR-15s. But they want to disarm the American people so that they can't protect against why this government was founded, which was that we are able to protect ourselves against a tyrannical government that wants to disarm us.
Well, and again, going at it from two different things. First of all, the founders, even at the time that they were writing the Second Amendment, they already knew of the existence of repeating firearms, and they were telling people they could have all sorts of large artillery and things like that. So, this wasn't just for muskets or for personal carry. Yeah. It was for the people to be able to form a militia. So, from that standpoint, it's dead on arrival anyway in the courts. But the other point is that, when you look at firearms ownership compared to the murder rate, it's the 9mm handgun that is far more dangerous from that standpoint, or far more the choice of those who commit murder on a regular basis than a semi-auto firearm. I mean, a semi-auto rifle. It's not even close. So, even if you looked at it from that standpoint, the rifle is not your enemy. There really isn't a good justification other than it looks scary. And at least when they first introduced it back in the 90s or the 80s, when they first started talking about this, they weren't as prolific as they are. Well, now they're almost as prolific as pistols are.
Yeah. There you go. We appreciate your time.
That 30-06 will blow a hole in you, and you'll explode on contact. And that 22, rip right through you.
I'm telling you, people just have no idea.
Yeah, no, 22, which many states don't allow you to use for hunting game, smaller deer or smaller game. Just explodes you on impact. I'm actually a big fan of those memes where they'll show like a crater in the Grand Canyon and say this is what one AR-15 bullet will do. But the muzzle energy from a 30-06 is something like twice that of a 223. Really, what makes sporting rifles or assault rifles or whatever you want to call them popular is that they have very little kick. They have very little recoil. It's not that the bullets themselves, and I know I'm talking to people who know this, but I mean, it's not that the bullets themselves are anything special to speak of. They're actually kind of underpowered.
Right.
But again, the 9, if you were to say I'm going to only ban the guns that are the most often used in murder, well, that's the 9mm. That's not a 223.
Yep. Morning Extra, Extra 1063 Spike. We appreciate your time. Hey, I'm going to just send everybody to your website. That way they can stream the debate there Wednesday night from 6 to 7:30. It'll originate from the Dartmouth Political Union. So just go hit Spike Cohen's website and stream it from there.
And there are also 2 watch parties in Georgia.
Okay.
They're listed, I believe, on that website at spikecohen.com/gun debate. But if you're in or around Atlanta, there's one at the Iron Horse Tavern in Norcross, Georgia.
Yep.
And if you're in or around Savannah, there's one in Thunderbolt, Georgia at Coach's Corner.
Thunderbolt, Georgia. I ain't even never heard of that. I'm born and raised, but how fitting that it would be in Thunderbolt. I love
Thunderbolt, Georgia.
There you go. Spike, thank you so much, man. We always love talking to you.
I always love being on. Thanks for having me on, guys.
We appreciate you. Talk to you again soon. Just a cool guy, man. I love talking to that dude. He's so smart. He's just very succinct.
I wish he'd run. I really do.
Me too, man.
Well, now, we do have a Georgia representative, Chase Oliver, who is doing really well right now, and I hope that he gets up on that debate stage and kicks some butt, and we should probably get him to come on soon, and we'll talk to Spike again, I'm sure. But, yeah, this is a good opportunity for this Libertarian Party.
Want to hear the crowd reaction.
Yeah, me too.
Man.
That's my interest in this.
Yeah, me too.
When we close down the show after the next segment, I want you to walk away with a smile, a little laugh this morning, a laugh with your decaf, if you will. Woke language makes everything harder to understand, especially if you're trying to report a crime. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 1063 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 1063 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.
Returning to Metro Atlanta, April 26th to the 28th, the Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Venture, is Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event. Enjoy local craft brews and scenic views of the par 3 11th hole and an exciting atmosphere at the Perch. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the party at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia. Tickets available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Mark Beckham with Atlanta Ramjack. We specialize in only foundation repair. What is foundation repair? Foundations sink or settle. These issues need to be addressed. It only becomes more costly the longer you put it off. What is the biggest cause of foundation problem? Either poor construction, inferior site preparation, or weather. Drought causes cracks in your foundations. If you see any signs of foundation issues, please contact us at atlantaramjack.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the Podcast Park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Do you know that most people describe remodeling as stressful? Does that sound like your experience? Hi, this is Candace from Excavations, and have I got a tip for you. With Excavations as your partner, you'll get a completely different remodeling experience. How? Well, besides covering the very basics like showing up on time, cleaning up your property each day, not smashing your flowers or bushes, and not pressuring you to buy today because this huge deal expires tonight. We also cover the big things like a written project schedule so you know when workers are coming and when they're not. A fixed price quote so you're guaranteed that what you pay is exactly what you committed to up front. And a design of what your home will look like so you're not left guessing if you're even going to like the finished product. Discover what stress-free remodeling looks like and schedule your free quote today at exovations.com. That's EXOVATIONS.com.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Vela, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We want to qualify you to go to Talladega. Woo! Talladega, Alabama. Talladega Super Speedway. If you want to get qualified for tickets to Talladega for free from Extra 106.3, tell me what year did Talladega open its gates? What year?
2020.
Did Talladega open? It was not 2020. It was much earlier than 2020. So if you know the answer, 404-741-1230 will qualify you for tickets to go to Talladega Super Speedway.
That's a fun one.
Buddy, wide open. Even if you don't like racing, you go down there and hang out in the pit area.
We should go.
And just people watch.
Here's
It'll
a hint.
be the greatest thing you've ever seen in your life.
It's Tug's favorite year.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Let's see. What else happened in that year? Wait.
Are you giving hints now?
I was trying to, I probably should. All right, so if you know what year Talladega opened, then 404-741-1230.
Was I alive?
No.
I didn't think so.
It predates you by probably 5 years, maybe. I think it's about 5 years.
Man.
So anyway, there you go. If you know, or if you can do a quick search on the internet and figure it out, then we got tickets.
Or if you can guess what is Tug's favorite year.
Yeah, you got all kinds of ways to win. Then we'll qualify you for Talladega tickets. Y'all, woke language makes things really, really challenging and really complicated. These people down in Australia did a great skit of a woman trying to report a crime to the police, and she's very woke. The police are not.
They went that way.
Okay, male or female?
Neither. They, them.
What?
That's their pronoun.
Okay, so how many were there?
Oh my God, one, you idiot. They're non-binary.
So does non-binary have a hole or a pole? We just need to clarify.
They who? Who them? Where why? Who's who? Who's who? They, them, or who?
We're having pronoun trouble again. Were they white?
No.
Were they black?
No, colour doesn't matter, you bigot.
Were they fat?
That's body shaming. Sorry.
What do they look like?
A human. That's who you're getting from me, you pig.
Okay, witness says we're looking for an angry, BO-smelling, pink-haired dog with a nose ring.
This is so good. Just trying to figure out how this woke woman just will give no details whatsoever because everything is bigoted.
So woke that you can't even describe the perpetrator.
So
Pretty
funny.
awesome. Pretty awesome.
So funny.
And the Australian accent makes it that much more funny. But it's the truth. Think about the craziness of, like, what do people really, like, if that woman, if there is a real woman in the United States that feels that way, which I feel like there's probably plenty.
That's your aunt.
Well, yes, my Aunt Peg, exactly.
Yeah.
When Aunt Peg calls in a crime, how does she describe it? How are they going to get to the bottom of what has happened when you can't actually describe anyone involved or what happened?
Well, it's not hard. Just open up the AJC.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I know.
They give you very little description of any perpetrator.
But in reality, I bet it all goes out the window, even if they do identify in a certain way. I bet it all goes out the window in an emergency.
If it happens to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
If you're going to the hospital, you don't go in and there go, don't treat me like I'm a man, even though I was born a man.
Yeah.
Treat me like a woman. You go, no, figure out what needs to be going on. Fix me. It's like when Amazon sells there there are more than two genders T-shirt, but then they break it down to, do you want a man's shirt or a female
How do you
shirt?
want this to fit?
Exactly.
It's so dumb.
It all goes out the window when people don't think everything through. And that's kind of like what we were talking about with Spike Cohen. Like, think about all the repercussions of the things you do. You're not going to be able to, like, just because of your games you want to play. That was really funny.
Dude, you big
you big it.
This is the way they talk. I love it. That would be a great place
Can you
to
describe
visit.
them? That would be so hard to stay woke and describe
absolutely.
a crime.
You couldn't do it. There's no way to actually describe what's happened to you.
I'd be like, he's a man with a wig.
Yeah, right. They'd
be like,
yeah, you can't say that.
Go to AJC.com right now and look into any sort of crime, and you will get as little of description of the perpetrator as possible.
Yeah, that's what a mess. What a mess. And we continue. Well, but is it a mess? I don't know. As things start and have been really tough on people, I think most Americans are like, I don't care about that. What I care about is feeding my family.
That's it.
And when you're fat and happy, Lowe's has brought this up more than anybody, I think. When you're fat and happy, you have time to dwell on crap that don't matter.
Yeah.
But when things are challenging, things are tough, and you don't have that much time, all of a sudden the things that aren't important aren't as important. And you don't have time to dwell on it because you got to focus on working 3 jobs, mainly 3 part-time jobs, because the Biden administration is only putting out part-time jobs.
It would be, oh man, it's too much already. I get so tired of it, and I'm going to be as nice as I can to you. I really am, and I'm going to, unless you get in my face, I am going to respect your, I don't know about the pronoun thing because I haven't really come across that where I've done it because I don't talk the same to people anymore. Like when I walk in, unless I definitely 100% know sir or ma'am, because I can't get away from being respectful. Like that's different. But if I'm not sure, boy, do I change the way I talk. You know, it's now, hey, how are you?
It's very vague.
Have a great day. Yeah. It's very vague. So, yeah, and look, I hope you don't get offended if I don't hold the door for you. I don't know if I'm allowed to anymore. It was kind of like the women's movement where you'd hold the door and they'd be like, I'm a woman. I could do this myself, like the feminists. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be nice. I'm holding it for the guy behind you, too.
It's right. It's not just you. It's just courtesy. It's just a courtesy. Like, I know you can physically do it.
Right.
There's no doubt in my mind that you can open the door, but it's nice to have the door held for you occasionally.
Right.
No matter who you are.
You know what I like to do, though? He's right.
Rose?
Some doors are very heavy.
You know, if you don't know how to operate a door or a car, you know, sometimes just needs a little help.
I didn't know how to operate those things. I mean, there's some crazies out there. I guess.
He's making sure he's protecting himself there. I see it.
Just pointing it out.
Just pointing it out.
If you don't fundamentally understand how it works, and sometimes you don't know how it works.
Doug from Marietta. Doug. He realized that it was September of 1969.
Nice.
When Talladega opened the doors for the first time.
Now you all get the favorite year,
There
Jake.
you go. Absolutely. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors.
Explain it.
He'll do a display.
877-9 Southern Exteriors.co.
He's got like 90 seconds.
Yeah, no. I ain't explaining nothing.
He's going to make a drawing.
Play the music.
Hurry up. Speed it up.
See y'all.
I ain't got time for this. I cannot explain it. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad to have the whole hee-haw gang back together and glad that you joined us this morning. Thank you so much. Without you, we don't exist. So support the advertisers, support the people who support us, and we're going to always bring you the best conservative content that we can.
Go ahead and tell them.
No, I'm not saying it.
No, I'm telling them. You say, you're welcome, America.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the year. You're welcome, America.
Enjoy the eclipse, Rocco.
There you go. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer.
I am not responsible by what my great-great-grandfather did if he did something bad. Neither am I in any kind of way of being held as nice because my great-great-grandfather fought for the Union Army during the Civil War. I mean, neither way, good or bad, I'm not responsible for what he did.
Yeah. A 4-year-old Japanese girl has nothing to do with Pearl Harbor either. Right. Let's do it from any possible angle. There's no way that any of this makes sense. I mean, anybody's political angle, it still doesn't make sense for someone to be punished for hundreds of years of something of history that's now trying to be erased.
It makes sense if you're trying to crush the system and replace it with something else.
Yeah, I guess. That just is so disappointing.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.